Yo, how's it going, everybody? How's it going? How's it going? Good evening. Altman with the 20-watt streak. Wise Wizard with the Wise Wizard. How's it going? Zombie with the 85-watt streak. Herky Dirt, Blood Farts. Thank you for the lurk. Music, how's it going? Welcome in, first time chatter. Zach, how are we doing? Obsilia, welcome in, welcome in. I saw you follow while I was offline. Thank you for that. Ellie, how are we doing? Hellspawn, Bone Mills, Gamer Dork, Dante, and Ozzy. I think that's everyone. How are we doing, everybody? 110-watt streak as well, Gamer Dork. That's insane. How are we doing, everybody? How's everyone's weekend been? I ended up having to get up at like 5 o'clock this morning to help my parents with something. That was fun. If you're going to stream next Monday, as in not tomorrow, but the Monday after, I probably will be. Well, I'm sorry to hear you're going in surgery, but hopefully it will help things, right? Okay, well, I probably will, but who knows? We'll figure it out next week. It kind of depends on... I'm expecting there to be a campfire that week, I think. To be honest, because if the season's going to start on June the 30th, which is where we think it's going to start, we don't know for sure, but that's where we think it's going to start, we've got to have a campfire soon, so it probably won't be this week, though. Hey, Raj, how's it going? I'm good, man. I'm good. How are you doing? Fantastic, bro. Awesome. Nice. What have you been up to this weekend, everybody? Quick recovery? Yes, quick recovery indeed, yeah. Yeah, what's everyone been up to? Is anyone blasting D4? Anyone playing PoE2? Anyone playing anything else? Today, as I said the other day when we did Crushing Hands, I am going to be working on another build today, and the poll has landed on trying to make Soar work. So this should be interesting, because when I tampered with this a few weeks ago, it kind of worked, but I've had some thoughts since. So we'll go back to the drawing board and see if we can make this remotely work. I only tried the fire variants. We'll start with that, and then we'll go to the lightning variant if it doesn't work very well. You've been on Crushing Hands. Yes, I saw your comment. I mean, I was doing 125s the other day, so it's definitely doable. I think the build will go to 130 in this season, if you have like GG gear, transfigs, and all that stuff. You know, gem strength on the weapon and all that. You're grinding, nice. Always Diablo 4. What class and build you playing at the moment, Zombie? You're revisiting Dragon Age games and some D4. Wow, which Dragon Age games? The first ones? The first two were really good. I never really played number 3, so I can't really comment for that. Hey, Taters, how's it going? How's it going? I saw you streaming earlier, Taters. Was it Witch Spire or something like that? I didn't chill for too long, because I can't remember what I was doing, but I did quite a lot of stuff today. I was doing something, though. Aggravating, how's it going? How's it going, man? Barb, trying to get your glyphs past 127. Okay, well, it should be doable on Barb, I think. A new game that came out this week, but thank you for that. Absolutely, yeah. Nice. Did you have a good time? Cool. Okay, well, as I say, today, I sort of worked on a planner for this build, but it's kind of very rough in the stones, because honestly, it's a lot of theory. I've honestly got a lot of things. Like, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the dummy room, the training room, and I need to test a few things. There was a few assumptions I've made based on I don't know if this will work or not. So, like, the fire saw makes you go up and down. It doesn't make you go forwards or backwards. So my guess is it probably won't count towards distance counting. But if it does, that changes the dynamic of a few things. I think this build, regardless, would be one of those builds which wants the 3 unique charm mythic seal. And I don't have a mythic seal, so I'll have to make do without, I suppose. Going well, was in New York City for the Knicks win. Oh, you were there. Insanity, I bet, yeah. Did you have a good time, though? You've done beta testing for it, so excited to see it out. Nice. That's awesome. Can I get rid of the resource cost reduction for resource generation, since I've noticed my resource doesn't go empty? Well, that's probably a problem there then, Zach. But if you take resource cost reduction off, then you're losing damage there as well. You need to make sure you've got enough to make it so every attack you're activating the rod of Kep. That's all. Hey, PD Wellen, how's it going, dude? How you doing, man? New York City is a huge hot mess, I imagine. Yeah, I heard they won. I'm not really into it all, but yeah. Ellie with the 5 months. Thank you, Ellie. I appreciate you. That's awesome. If you want me to do a bean, let me know. I think most people are foregoing it these days. They feel bad for my health, I think. The amount of beads I've had to do. Hey, Gentle, how's it going? Has anything changed that buffs a Soar build specifically? I wouldn't say so specifically, but no one's really tried it except me. I tried it a few weeks ago off stream, just played around with it for about half an hour, and I kind of got it working, but I'm going to go back to the drawing. The community has voted, and they want me to try and do it, so we're going to try and do it. We'll see what happens. First thing to do is to try and make the build feel semi-fluid, and then we scale the damage. So I need to test a lot of assumptions first, see if we can get it so we can spam Soar at least decently fast, and then we'll scale damage from there. So, yeah, that's kind of the plan. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully we can... Thank you, Ellie, by the way. Appreciate you. If we can get it running half decently, then I'll update the guide as we go as well. And, yeah, we'll start with the fire variant because it hits twice. But it doesn't move forwards. It goes up and down. It's quicker, though. So you can spam it quicker. So, yeah, we'll have a little play around with it and see what happens, I suppose. You know, if anyone can make this work, I suppose it'll be me. Because I love my off-meta stuff and I like abusing myself. Rosie, how's it going? Let's just say school buses and a taxi got destroyed. Jesus. Sounds like football over here. As in, like, soccer for you guys, but football for us, yeah. Well, we don't quite get riots, I suppose, but that's what that sounds like. Well, I'll tell you what, let's get into this. I've been thinking about this all day, but I've been deliberately trying to not do this so that I could do it on stream, so you can see me go through the process of trying to make this work. I'm just going to turn my fan up a bit because it's really hot in here. Let's get a bit more airflow in here. So, yeah, you'll get to see me try and figure out how to make it work in my process, and that's something you might find that interesting. So, yeah, let's flick over to the game here and see what's going on. Okay. So I'll say, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the training room. And I'm just going to pretty much take everything off because Soar has a reasonably high cooldown. And probably the best damage version won't use Loyalty's Mantle. But we'll start with that just because it gives you, well, next season, if you've got a mythic one, that's straight up Soul's cooldown reduction. There is a problem with the fire version of Soar right now, which actually benefits us in this season. That probably, well, it depends. They haven't fixed it next season, which is it converts Soar from an eagle to a fire skill. And if you use Loyalty's Mantle, you still have to go double eagle to get the cooldown. I'll show you. It's kind of a bit annoying, actually, but that's just how it is, I guess. Like, the Loyalty's Mantle doesn't work properly with all the new variants in the sense that you swap from eagle to jaguar, and then it should be double jaguar to reduce the cooldown, but it doesn't. It still uses the original. So I don't know if they'll fix that or not. It's been reported, but it's not fixed in the PTR when I tested it. I tested it with a different build, but it's the same concept. It was on a hot oven. You grew up there and it's in the DNA. Fair enough. Fair enough. The Knicks and Brazilians hooligans for the World Cup. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the World Cup's obviously going on right now. All right, I need to see. Have I got any space in my inventory? Because I need to dump some gear. I need to strip. But I need to find some space to strip off. Oh, God. I literally have, like, nowhere to put anything. I'm going to have to just dump it in here for now, which is incredibly messy. I don't want to get rid of anything else until for now, just because I never know, I might find it useful at some point. Right, we'll do that for a second, because we don't need any of that right now. All I need is a Loyalty's Mantle, and I'll need a tiny bit more cooldown, because it doesn't give you 78% here, so we'll just dump one of those on. It's only got 52% on it, actually. Oof. Okay, I need to find some cooldown from somewhere. Cooldown. I think I've got some items I can just dump on. Double cooldown like this, for example. Yeah, that'll do. 23.6. That won't be quite 75. If I got another double cooldown ring, that would do the job. Cooldown, cooldown. I don't think I do. That's a pretty good ring, though. Although that's my Sunfire one. My Firestorm one. Let me go back over here a second. I don't know why I kept that. That can go in the toilet. I guess we can just dump that on for the time being. Because 8 is very good, but that will give me 34.3. I think that will give me near 75%. So what we'll do is we'll strip down the skill tree. Strip down the parrot. Literally just strip down the whole lot. And then all we want is Soar. 9.86 seconds. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I need to turn these both to a double eagle. 10%, 40%, blah, 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 blah. 4.74. Originally, this is 3. No, it's 15. 15 times 0.25, so it'll be 3.75. I'm amazed I'm not a 75% cooldown reduction here. It's annoying I haven't got a 61 of these. It's pretty hard to get to 75% cooldown reduction, to be honest. This probably won't be so much an issue, but I just wanted to test something. Okay. Yeah, so look. 4.74. If I turn these to Jaguar, which, because that's a Jaguar variant, it should turn it down, but it won't do. 9.86. Turn these to Eagle. 4.74. So yeah, it's not, it doesn't honor the variant changes, which is kind of annoying. Actually, we will need one other thing. I will need my Soar boots. Now, it's annoying. I've got this really giga pair of Soar boots, which has got ranks of Soar on it, but and attacks reduce evades. It's actually really good. It's triple GA. It's a super good pair of boots for it. But I think you might actually want maximum evade charges, but I'm not 100% certain here. So for now, we'll do this just for the maximum evade charges. And I'll masterwork into that as well. For Soar, I was stuck at 3 seconds with Mantle 78. Yeah, it should be 3 seconds if you put the upgrade in, yeah. It won't go any lower than that. You can't get any more than 75% cooldown. And you've got the upgrade up here. This here. You can put that in, 3.79. I must not be... Oh, no, yeah, I'm pretty close. Oh, no. 3 seconds I should be at. So I'm obviously still not at 75% cooldown reduction. I don't think I've got another double cooldown ring. I thought I would have. Clearly not. I wonder if I've got any. I mean, technically speaking, this would work fine. For now. Just for testing purposes. I've got some thoughts on how we can solve this problem without, you know, with various different things. I'm going to go through this stage by stage, though. We need to see what the state is and how to make this work better first. Then we'll scale the damage and everything. If I dump that in, 3 seconds, there you go. So now I'm at 75. Not quite there about that. So you need a lot of cooldown reduction, even with the loyalties. I mean, if I had a 60 loyalties, I probably wouldn't need one of these rolls. So that's 3 seconds. So yeah, if I change this to multiple dummies. The front end was being carried through the crowds, really? Taxi definitely got absolutely dismantled. Oh, Jesus. Lupus, how you doing, man? And reduce evade worked, but I preferred maximum evade. Yeah, actually, that's one thing I wanted to test first. I can't remember if we can only have one or the other. We probably can only have one or the other, but I can test this right here. I don't even need to roll anything. all I can do is go with this, go over here, go to this, go to that. Can I get max evade charges? I don't think I will be able to. No. So you can only have attacks reduce evades cooldown or maximum evade charges. Either or. So that's fine. I tested this before with attacks reduce evade charges because I had this pair of boots here that rolled attacks reduce evade cooldown, Soar, and dexterity. It's like a crazy pair of boots. Obviously, the Soar ranks being very nice for damage and such. Obviously, I can't craft on these unique boots I've got right here, so... But I think maximum evade charges is going to be better because it gives you more of these, right? Yeah, so this is what the skill does. Oh, I need a weapon on so I can actually attack. That would help. Yeah, that would do. That would help. Where's my... Let's see what weapons we've got here. Crit, all damage, crit chance. That seems pretty reasonable. As a quarterstaff. For this build, we probably want a pole arm, actually. If I got a random pole arm lying around, that would be decent. I don't know if I'll have one lying around, so that'll be good for this. Oh. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, this is my Firestorm one, but this will work just fine. All damage, crit chance. This will work for any of the variants, actually, I think. Yeah, that'll work. Fine. Okay. Right. So it does that. It's actually a really cool skill. You're obviously going to want this as well for the more damage. So you want to be able to do that in combat. You just want to be able to go la 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 la, just spam all day long. And never run out. So obviously I run out here. So I've got two thoughts on this. We'll test one by one. Storm feathers. This here, that down. That can go there. Because we just happen to have to use double eagle, the Seeker actually ends up being a pretty good option here. Actually, there's one thing I forgot to strip these down, didn't I? To be honest, we'll probably end up using... Well, if you're using Lord's Mantle, you won't use that set. That's the problem. You kind of want to get off the Lord's Mantle eventually, probably. I probably haven't got anywhere to put these. My inventory is so full, it's actually disgusting, to be honest, at this point. Shit, there is one other thing I can check here. I don't have a Lord's Mantle charm. Fun. Okay, let's move that down there. I can dump them in there for now. Such a mess, my inventory. Rod of Ket can go over here. I don't think I've got one. Brick of Step. I think I got rid... Oh, I do have one. I want to test this. How does this work for my ultimate? It does work. Hey, okay. So this is where I honestly think... Yes, I think you would want the 3 unique charm mythic seal, which next season is getting buffed, so you can have a 3 set on and the 3 unique charms, because then you can put the flicker step on. If we put I hate the fact that I'm going to have to use this because it feels like you're getting punished for damage, but you could do this. This one here, casting an ultimate skill, reduces the cooldown of your other skills. Now, I don't know if that's going to work for evade, so we're going to find out in a second. So we're just going to rinse all of our cooldowns. With a 3-second cooldown. No, it doesn't work. Oh, that's fun. It reduces all the cooldowns of your skills. It doesn't reduce the cooldown of your evade. Fantastic. Okay, so that rules that out. I wanted to test that. Because that would have instantly given me 3 evade charges, essentially. Yeah, okay, so that doesn't work. We do have another option here, though. Which I guess is the only option we're going to have, which is using this one here instead, where you pick up Storm Feathers and it reduces your mobility cooldowns. And because we're sitting over here amongst lots of these, what we'll actually want is something like... we'll want max out Ravager, which we're going to need anyway. Duration, this one here. And just grab a pair of pants from somewhere. Hey, Reptile, how's it going? DL Gothica, how's it going, man? Long man, how's it going, dude? What should I use instead of Colossal Glyph? You shouldn't. Colossal Glyph is best in slot for every build, because as you stack Resolve, you get a lot of damage from it. It's easily the highest damage glyph in the entire arsenal right now. It's actually something I've asked to be capped, and then I'd rather the damage be shifted out of that glyph, but yeah, at the moment that's how it is. So you definitely will want that glyph on. Right, I'm just looking for a pair of pants here that makes sense for this build. I'm not going to go back to Crushing Hand now, so... that will probably be fine. Just going to have a look at my guide here. Funnily enough, I actually had Tenacity on it as well. I think that is literally perfect, apart from the glyph, the runes. Yeah, so we'll stick that in, because... well, that's a good point, actually. I'll have to find space for a... we're going to have to find space for a... yeah, we're going to find space for an aspect. This is a thing, just to make this build work properly. You have to use so many aspect slots just to get to the point where the build actually functions. So then you can't scale the damage. That's kind of the annoying thing about it. Yeah, if we use Recalling Feathers. There we go. Oh. Every time I cast Soar, it will drag in all the feathers. Of course it will. Okay. So this will work. Watch my evade now. Yeah. It's nearly there. Pretty close. You just need more Storm Feathers. We're pretty much spamming it though. We're pretty close. We do eventually run out. Kind of want more feathers. I need to be able to spawn more feathers around me. Oh, actually saying that though, if I'm spamming abilities like focus skills, if there's no feathers around me, it will spawn some. Let me whack on. Let me whack on that and reduce cooldown, increase duration, vigor, and what else did I put? I think I had it's only focus skills that work here. I wonder if the autocast of Cry... did I have autocast of Cry on here somewhere? Oh no, it autocasts Cry from Soar, doesn't it? Sorry, autocast Vortex as well, doesn't it? Yeah. Of course it does. Casting a focus skill recalls all. If not, if you recall, no Storm Feathers spawn 10 around you. So you just want to be spamming all of these abilities, basically. All these focus skills. Knockdown, Vigor Gen. We want the Vigor Gen later to generate some Resolve, maybe. And then I had this in here as well. Did I put that one in? I spent a while thinking about how I was going to build this, at least in the start point. So the more Storm Feathers there are, every time I evade, it's going to drag them all in. That's actually quite nice. So that will work, in a sense. And then you just spam all these abilities to generate loads of Storm Feathers. So this is about as close as you're going to get to Perma-Saw. Here we go. And then we've got to work out... There we go. So look at my Saw now. You just got to spam all your abilities. This actually works, look. That actually works. So I can just constant spam my Saw. And I can hold my right click down as well, funnily enough, so you can get that as well. If you run out, you've got one on your right click as well. And your right, if you've got no storm feathers around you, that will generate. So that's how you do it. So that, I was thinking about this. This is how you perma Soar. Now we've got to figure out how to scale the damage. Because the damage is going to be wet noodle with the Loyalty's Mantle. There's no real good set for it. Hey, Ember, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. You're doing all right, slowly going mad, finishing up the seasonal objectives. Which ones you got left to do? Jumpborn builds. Yeah, well, it's Leapborn. I've called it Lanceborn because if you've ever played Final Fantasy, there was a move called Lance in Final Fantasy 9 from, oh, was it Freya? I'm going to have to double check the character's name. It's been a hot minute since I played Final Fantasy 9. Final Fantasy 9. It just reminds me of that. Yeah, I tend to call my builds based on things that it reminded me of. Oh, one sec. Final Fantasy 9 characters. I think it was something like Freya, wasn't it? Let me just find out the character names here again. It was... Yeah, Freya Crescent, yeah. And it was like a... How do I describe? It was like a... like a really tall, long-eared rabbit possum-looking character that had the massive F-off lance and had this move called Lance. It would just jump up in the air and come back down again. It reminds me heavily of that. Why does Loyalty prevent Talisman set? It doesn't prevent the Talisman set. It's just it means there's no obvious Talisman set to use. If we're able to use the Harmony of Ibuwaka, we'll get a lot more damage. And you can use the Multitude set. But otherwise... Okay, there's one thing I wanted to test, but I don't think this is going to work. Let me just dump in 2 Eagle sets. I don't think this is going to work. This is just... Does going up and down count as distance? If so, then we can use this. I'm hoping there'll be a UI for this. If I move... Yeah, so it'll be Eagle damage direct. Yeah, that's what we want. I want to look for this one here. I don't think this is going to work, but if it does, we can use the Eagle set. Yeah, it doesn't. Look, going up and down doesn't count as distance, sadly. So we can't use the Eagle set with this variant. It doesn't work. So the only other variant you could potentially use is Rizoka's. Hey, Bubba, how's it going? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. So that set's out the window. You're not going to use Wumba Wumba set because that's a Thorn set. That doesn't really do much for us. So that leaves Multitude and Rizoka's. The problem, these sets are just really underwhelming. Honestly. Like, Rizoka's requires you to stack up hits and damage, like, very quickly. To be able to, yeah, to be able to get to the stacks. I don't know. I honestly think, to be honest, we're gonna have absolutely no damage if we use the Loyalty's Mantle. So we're gonna want as much cooldown as we can physically get without this. So like, if I take that off, we're at 6 seconds. So that means I've reduced it by... I've got nearly 50% cooldown here. We can get cooldown on the amulet as well. If I had I've got a Loyalty's Mantle with cooldown on it, actually. Where was it? I was using it the other day. Yeah, here. GA cooldown, Loyalty's Mantle with 30. The rest of the stats don't matter. So that brings us down. I think this is the play. If we can get cooldown on the amulet as well. We can roll cooldown as the temper on the amulet as well. You're not going to want max resolves. I'm planning this for next season, not this season. So... We can just take the max resolve off of the amulet. So, like, this amulet... actually, the basic skills won't do anything for us here. I'll have a look, see if we've got a better one. Have I got anything that will work better here? I can roll physical to crit. Have I got anything better? What was my... Oh, Firestorm uses its own amulet, doesn't it? That's damage over time. That's poison. Have I got any fresh... I don't think I've got many amulets, have I? I gave them all away. I'm going to have to make do with what I've got, probably. What's this one here? Defensive skills. That's no good for me. Yeah, I don't actually have that many amulets. I think I gave most of my bases away. Hello, cat. I mean, this would work fine. I just don't have that extra multi. You could turn it into a Thor's build. Well, maybe. Maybe. We've worked out how to get near Permasaur, though, so that's the first bit, right? If you get to that part, you can then go, okay, let's figure out what the next stage is. I mean, I could use that one. 31 vulnerable, 81 crit, GA dex, or that's got eagle skills that would apply to me. Dex, I can roll the physical into crit. Was that GA crit? I don't think it was, right? No, okay, I'll tell you what, I'll roll this one. It'll cost me a bucket load, but it doesn't matter. Because I'm not using any of this stuff in here now. This is all just random stuff I've got lying around. I've kept for science. Okay. But I think if we want damage, we're going to want to be able to go... We're going to want to be able to do something like this. Centipede for damage reduction. That activates... We're going to use the multitude set. I don't think the Rizokas will work very well with this. You'll keep Eagle on, so you get some crit chance, vulnerable damage. That gives you... Because... although it doesn't tag this as Eagle, it does actually act as Eagle. Still, it just doesn't tag it. I think that is fixed in the next season. Our cooldown's not bad. This amulet here, if we roll the resolve stacks into... I've got to get used to the fact that Evade doesn't actually make me move anywhere, so we're going to have to get some movement speed as well. Oh, goodness me. We'll figure that out in a minute. So we're going to want cooldown reduction everywhere we can get it, really. Actually, no. Oh, no. We can solve this. You can solve this. Look. It's an evade, isn't it? Of course it is. So all you've got to do, evade cooldown reduction, baby. Oh, yeah. We're cooking, everybody. 30%. Oh, is that not working? Are you having a laugh? Oh, no. Oh, feels bad. I'm going to report that right now. No, that would solve the problem. Your evade is now Soar. Evade cooldown doesn't affect Soar cooldown. I mean, we can use mobility cooldown. It's not the end of the world. I'm going to report that, though, before I forget. I think I might have tested that before. I might have gone, oh, feels bad, and then didn't report it because I was annoyed. Oh, dear. Let me make a post here. Evade cooldown does not affect... does not work when you have Scorn of the Earth on equipped. When you have Scorn of the Earth equipped, it converts your evade into Soar. Rolling evade cooldown reduction on the boots does not subsequently work. Yeah. Okay, that's probably good enough. I mean, that's huge, 30%. But fortunately, we have another option here. We can use mobility. It's slightly weaker. But we can use mobility. It's actually a lot weaker, which is annoying. Evade cooldown reduction is goated. That would fully solve the cooldown problem here. In fact, to the point you wouldn't need to roll cooldown everywhere on your rings. So this build, if they fixed that, that would make a big, big difference. But for now, we'll have to use well... The only problem with putting mobility cooldown here is you got no movement speed. I don't know how I'm going to get movement speed. I've got no movement speed on the boots. Yeah, that's a good point. Not 100% certain how. We definitely want movement speed somewhere. What's the situation with... Yeah, we're going to need movement speed. Otherwise, we're going to be... Oh, I can't roll... Annoyingly, I can't craft on this until next season. So I can't even put movement speed on this. So it's going to be giga slow. That's kind of a bummer. Having the Eagle primary does give you movement speed, but we definitely want it this way around. I came back to this game after Season 2, so everything is new to me. Any advice on build making? Welcome back to the community, Bubba. That's awesome. Season 2 was a long time ago. I remember playing that, the Witchcraft one. That was good. No, the Vampire one. That was good. Are you trying to make your own build? Honestly, it's partly just practice and knowledge, knowing whatever class it is you're playing, really. It wasn't working, I don't think, Obsidia. But let's have a look. Evade cooldown reduction. Let's just see, like, how does the situation... Do we run out of charges? Like, I'm running out of charges. If I had that 30% cooldown reduction, I should be at near 75%. We're nearly there. We're not far off. But I am running out a little bit. Barely, though. Let me try rolling. Yeah, we can come back to some of these other things we need to solve in a bit. Let's solve one problem at a time. This is a bit more complicated, this build, to be honest, than a lot of the others, because it's not one that's really been covered before. And it requires some outside of the box thinking to get it to work. Let's try mobility cooldown and see if it feels better. I don't think that was working. I do want the GA on here. Here we go. Obviously, if I had a GA on max evade charges as well, you'd be up at 6, 7 evade charges. I think that's absolutely the play. So yeah, now we're down to 4.67. So let's see if that feels better or worse, I guess. I'm pretty certain that's feeling better because the way it's flicking around the evade. I don't think the evade cooldown reduction was working. Honestly. Look, my charges are sustaining better. I don't think evade cooldown reduction is working at all for that. My evade charges are definitely working better there. Yeah, no, that mobility cooldown reduction is the play for sure. So what we can do, I think I only need one of those actually. So I can actually roll it on my amulet instead. And then well, you could actually put I could just put movement speed on my amulet, but I think I'd rather put the movement speed on my boots. Man, we're gonna be so slow. Yeah, I don't really know how I'm going to solve the movement speed thing, so I need to get another pair of these Scorn of the Earths. Does anyone have a half-decent pair of Scorn of the Earths lying around? For any reason, with maximum evade charges, on live server. I don't really want to go farm one. I doubt I'll be able to get one off the trade side at this point. Oh, I've got this here, actually. It's not got movement speed on it. Holy cow. I've actually got a better Scorn of the Earths than what I'm using right now. Look, it's got no max life on it, mind. For science, let's see. Masterwork it. And see how much how many ranks of max evade charges you can get. 6. Okay, only gives you one more. Fine. Yeah, I mean, I can make that work later if needed. Hey, Napo, thanks for the follow, dude. Welcome in, welcome in. Another problem with Crushing Hand is it's not a max damage bonus from Convergence. You can... I was at like 59%, Zach, when I was playing. But it's solvable. I need to wait for next season, though. Like, when you're in combat, it'll work because your skulls will multiply up your physical damage and stuff. I was going to start again as Necro and try a summon build that can get me through everything. Okay, I mean, that should definitely be achievable, but I'm not a Necro expert. Are you just looking to make your own builds, or do you just want to play the game and have fun? Hey, Morgan, how's it going? Sorry, I just seen you here. Because I can definitely find you a summon build that will probably work. Yeah, I think I'd rather use this one just because... it gives you that extra evade charge, which honestly will help sustain the evades. Right. Yeah, I don't think this is going to push very high because we have to sacrifice an aspect on our ring and an aspect on one of our things, or we'll have to sacrifice our Coolian so that we can get both. You need both these aspects on. To be able to make it so you can spam Soar. But if you can't spam Soar, you're losing damage, right? If that's your main source of damage. So, yeah. It's just one of those things, I guess. We're going to be giga slow on this build. I'm not really sure how to solve that. But, oh, actually, no, I know how I solved the movement speed problem. I know how to solve it. Yes. Although that does create another problem for me. Solving the movement speed is not such an issue if I... There's two ways of doing it. You can either go with this, and that, with enough ranks, will just solve movement speed for me. I think that might be what I did when I tested before. How did I generate veracity on this build? That's the question. If we did that, we won't go with this. You would go with possibly that instead. Or, actually, no, you wouldn't. You're already a Jaguar skill. Jaguar, you'd go Gorilla for the barrier. Maybe. Otherwise... I think that might be how I solved movement speed on this build before. What I need to test is, can we make the cooldown work without the storm feathers from that being generated? So yeah, let's just... Oh, I need to do it without the ultimate. Let me just spam all my other focus skills. I mean, spamming Soar itself has got 2 focus skills in there, so I need to be able to just sustain my Soar ranks without that eagle. It looks like I can, which means I don't need the storm feathers from the eagles so much. Yeah, it just about works, so that you can see. Tiny bit more cooldown. We'd never run out. I don't think I'm quite at 75%. Okay, so we don't actually need the eagle stuff here. So... You'd want to max that out. You take that, 'cause that gives you 57. As you get more all ranks affecting that, this goes up with movement speed. So that will essentially cap my movement speed for me. So that's how we'd do it. You'd run super slow in town. But that's how you would do it. Like if I place that down, everything inside there gets made vulnerable. And then you just run faster. And then you just sit there and do this all day, every day. And if I do this, my cooldown's gonna... my ultimate cooldown comes off because of the flicker steps. I mean... I might... Do you know what? I probably don't even need to use the flicker steps if I use this ultimate because it lasts for 15 seconds. And it's got a... Because I've got so much cooldown reduction on the build... You can basically use it off cooldown anyway. And with Ravager, that's going to come off cooldown earlier anyway, isn't it? So I wouldn't even need flicker steps with that ultimate. So that means that frees this up for something else like... Well, I suppose I... In this season, I would have used the Erudition for the crit chance. But I'm actually going to try and make it work without. Because we won't be able to use that next season. So down here, you could use... I guess you could put in a Protean Heart or something. Just having a look through what the options are. Casting Evade consumes 1 stack of Resolve for more damage. Yeah. Roller Cap, Zepazontek, Sunbirds. Yeah, Protean Heart's probably the... I mean, Blood Mad is the highest damage, but it's just impossible to sustain it, really. Where's my Protean Heart gone? There it is. Centipede skills. So when I cast my ultimate with the Wumble Wumba set on, that will tag this as Centipede as well. So this would actually give me those ranks. And because I'm using a Jaguar skill, I get more attack speed. So I suppose that allows me to attack a bit faster. Although I suppose that won't make a difference, will it really? But it'll double up my damage. So it's probably the best thing for damage. Yeah, that's getting nerfed to hell for damage next season. So I want to try and make it work without that, really. Yeah, so we probably don't need the Flicker Step. The other ultimates we would do. But if I just cast this here and then just cast these skills over and over. Because Ravager reduces the increases the cooldown rate, this will come off cooldown before I ever need to cast it again. And as long as that's active, we get decent movement speed. So that's going to help us solve the movement speed problem. That's okay. And picking up Storm Feathers gives us movement speed as well, in theory. Yeah, it does. Okay. So that means we can get to 220 movement speed as long as we've got enough ranks in this down here. Which we will do once we put the charms in. I'll go put that in now. Where's my Wumble Wumba set? Not Wumble Wumba set, Multitude set. What ranks we got? Eagle, Gorilla, Centipede, Jaguar. These will all be fine. Yeah, it's mainly 90% movement speed. Nice. Yeah, there you go. And because we'll get the other tags, this will go up anyway. So, there you go. Alright, we got some half-decent movement speed. Fine. So that's how you solve the movement speed and vulnerable. So that solves movement speed, vulnerable, near permanent Soar. If we can get more ranks in Ravager, that reduces the cooldown on all our pressure on all our skills and everything. Yeah, so that's working okay. Because we're spamming so many focus skills, we're basically generating so many... You're either pulling in the feathers or generating 10 feathers every time. So that's 5 seconds cooldown if there's not any around. So yeah, look, I'm just spamming my abilities here. So this is what you want. You want to be able to get into combat and do it. I'm only doing 100 million right now, which is absolutely wet noodle, obviously. Jaguar, Gorilla, Centipede, and Eagle. We've got... Eagle will be on there, you just can't see it. Okay. If you need any Vigor regen, you can use with Lightning Dancer, by the way, for 3 aspects, maybe. Yeah, so I've got Vigor Gen where every time we cast Vortex. We won't want Vortex on the bar necessarily here. That's auto cast for us. That's a good point, actually. Let's take that off a second. How does that feel for Soar? Because every time I cast Soar, it also casts Vortex. Both of which are a focus skill anyway. Can I still spam my Soar? That's the question. And you've got the manual Soar I can spam as well. So if my evades run out, I can manual cast Soar. I mean, we could potentially not have Soar on the manual cast as well. Can I spam Soar without the manual cast? Because then I can have something on there as well for mobility. Like, you could just use Rock Splitter for lock on mobility or something. This is all you want to be able to do. You want to be able to jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up like this. You want to basically never run out of abilities. Look at me. You can see me. You can just see me going up and down like a yo-yo. How funny is that? I think you might want it on your manual cast, just to help take the pressure off. Okay. Hey, Gentle, how's it going? Do the move speed nodes in the drive Paragon board help? They would, except there's a problem with drive, and I already tested this with the Eagle set. So if I just come up here a second and show you. If I just come down here, take on those, come up here. So if I come into the problem with drive is the legendary node here. Although that gives me another evade charge, which would be real nice. This is after moving 10 meters, you deal increased damage. And I'm pretty sure, given that the Quatley set did not work, which also requires moving distance. I think because I'm going up and down, it doesn't count as distance. So like, if I go 10 meters here, one stack. Like, if I just sit here and spam this count won't go up. Yeah, see, look, that's the problem. So we can't, in combat, really benefit from... movement speed increased by 20% for 60. I don't know where that's coming from, but anyway, it's a different thing. Yeah, so the problem is we can't benefit from the damage very much. So I don't think that board is the play, unfortunately. Otherwise, yeah, it was something I think I might have put it in the guide I originally put in because I wasn't sure if that would work or not. I did kind of think it probably wouldn't, though. So the boards I'll probably put in, honestly, will be Infighter Convergence, Revealing, and Viscous Shield, I guess. Probably. So you can start with Viscous Shield, maybe. Actually, we'll put that one in last. Put Infighter in first. This will give us a bit of attack speed, which... I guess that doesn't really do much for us, really, but there aren't many other options for boards here that we can really make use of with this particular variant. Because we're using our evade as our means of attacking, attack speed doesn't really scale it. If we go convergence, this makes sense because we're using a fire build. So, you know, we're going to cap that out. That's no problem. Come down here. Yeah, that's fine. Take all the life nodes because we're going to need those, I think. So I actually got the damage pretty good on this when I tested it before, but I couldn't get it to perma-spam Soar. That's partly because I didn't have the items. So... yeah, we'll see how it lands. I've had to take off some damage aspects since I played it before to be able to get it to perma-Soar. But if it turns out it's just like, okay, we can make this build work quite well, it just doesn't scale damage very well because we have to sacrifice these, I can go back to the devs and be like, cool, Soar actually plays pretty well, but it only goes to pit 110, and this is why. Like, you know, and then hopefully we can get some... maybe they just buff the Soar boots to like 500% or something to counter-compensate, to make it so that the build actually does damage and you can actually make it work. You know, it won't necessarily happen for next season, but maybe at some point. Yeah, Prodigy's tempo won't work here, really. We're not using a basic potency or core skill. Drive doesn't work. Bits of medicine's poisons, that's no good. Viscous Shield is the obvious choice. Spiny Skin is thorns. So yeah, Viscous Shield makes sense here. Because we're spamming evade, we can use the Sem Room and Q as well. So we can probably get near permanent barrier, I'd say. A lot easier on this than some builds. We've got to solve the crit charts problem as well, so that's going to be interesting. We've got loads of points left. I'm not really sure I want to put them yet. I need to work out what glyphs did I want to put in. I think I wanted to try and use Ritual Circle, Mystic Circle, because you're going up and down. So Mystic Circle kind of makes sense, I suppose. Let's take, you want all of those because it will juice it up big time. Alpha Tango, how's it going? This is Soar Fire version. They need to track vertical distance then. Yeah, Gentle, I know. How are you doing anyway? What have you been playing? Jaguar Ult, hello. Yeah, so that would help with... Jaguar Ult would help with velocity generation, which is certainly going to be a problem I need to resolve here. But if we take that off, getting movement speed here is going to be really, really hard. I think this is designed so that you actually want to get mobility cooldown reduction wherever you can. Because then you can actually spam Soar. You need the maximum evade charges and mobility cooldown reduction, I think. I haven't put this one on yet, which has got more charges on it and more ranks in Ravager, so that gives me more cooldown reduction as well. Just lose the max life, don't I? Pretty crazy pair of boots, that, to be honest. I'll go roll those in a little bit. Those ones there would have been real nice, but attacks reduce evade cooldown won't be enough, I don't think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that won't be enough. We can roll, but we'll test it just to make sure that I'm not talking out my ass. Mobility cooldown reduction. Okay, so we just dumped that one on. I can. This is pretty much what I was using before. So if I go over here, I don't think I'll be able to spam this at all. We only have the one shot. Well, I don't know. If you can spam it with that, then happy days. Maybe it does work. I am spamming it. Maybe it works just because I've got so much cooldown reduction and you've got the manual cast of Soar, so you get one evade, one manual cast, and by that point you've picked up so many feathers your evade comes off cooldown. I am pretty much spamming it. I'm going up and down as fast as I can. Maybe you can get away without the max evade charges. I mean, that's Giga, because that pair of boots I've got there is as good as you're going to get. I don't even have a GA attacks reducer cooldown there, actually. I think that can go to 2.8 seconds if you had the GA as well, I think. Or 2.7 or something. Yeah, maybe that is actually doing it, look. You just got to remember to evade and hold. You just hold down your right click and keep remembering to evade. And either your manual one's going to make you go up or your evade's going to make you go up, but either way. Yeah, look, you can see me just going up and down like a yo-yo. I'll have to see how that works in practice. I mean, that will certainly help with damage, that's for sure. But otherwise, max evade charges will be the play, I guess. Interesting. Okay, well, I've got two possible abilities there. I think you need the mobility cooldown, though, regardless. Somehow, I have stacked Resolve. How the hell did I stack Resolve here? I am not sure. One sec. What skills have I got on? Yeah, so we can get some healing going on. It's a shame that these don't really do anything for us, I guess. So we don't care about that too much. Yeah, you're obviously going to use the sick rune. Like, well, this is the other thing. Right now, the resolve generation will be easy to solve in glyphs next, in runes next season, because we can solve that with concussive stomp. That doesn't work right now if you're doing it from the runes, but it does next season. I tested that. So that's what you do, and you'd go barrier. So this will be really good for barrier gen, resolve generation, and if this one doesn't do the damage, this did work in the season, in the PTR, the damage, but if that doesn't work, then you'd use debilitate, so it grants you damage reduction, and then when enemies recover from the concussive stomp, they have reduced attack speed, so you'd use that instead, I think. Or, actually, no. You'd use Crackling Earth. Concussive Stomp electrifies the ground, damages over 2 seconds, and causes them to drop a Storm Feather. You'd use that to generate more Storm Feathers so that you get more cooldown on your Soar. You could use either of those. But right now, we want Crushing Blow because it gives us so much damage, so... Scorn of the Earth. It's not bad. I actually think I'm going to try and make it work without the max evade charge ones I've got. Appreciate it, though. Thanks. This doesn't have max life on it. I've got very low max life. That's a concern. These ones did have max life on it. I've got 3 pairs here. These will be fine for science, I think. Hey, Big Mac, how's it going, dudes? Is transmog / fashion a thing in this game? Yes, it is, Big Mac. Big Mac. Let me put it this way. If I go to the shop, and I don't know if this is a good or bad thing. I think most people will probably think this is me being bad. What am I looking for on the Scorn of the Earth Boots, Wise Wizards? Ranks of Soar, either attacks reduce evade cooldown or maximum evade charges. Dexterity max life, probably. Yeah, so there are not very many Spiritborn. Oh, it's a free one. There's not very many Spiritborn skins left for me to get at this point. I've got most of them. I like my skins. What can I say? Feels like it need injury and execute. So, hello. This Jaguar variant of Soar has execute on it by default. So we've got execute. Yeah, I don't have this one because you'd have to buy it, and I don't want to buy that right now. But if I go down to... I'm just having a look what they've got. I shouldn't log into this. Here we go, look. My Spiritborn section is very small. There are not many of them left. I wait for them to come on sale, and then I buy them. And it gave me 4 the other day at like 50, 60, 70, and 80% off or something. So I've got giga amounts of skins for Spiritborn. I've got loads of them. I mean, honestly, of all these games, the skins do look really, really cool. They do look really good. I just happen to be using this one right now, and, you know, for this, I can use, like, a really cool... I'm doing a fire saw build. I've got a few different things I could use for this, to be honest, that would make sense. You know, I'll use that one, because I quite like that one. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, some people will think it matters more than others. Some of these have come from reliquaries, and some of them have come from my purchases, I suppose. I haven't got many bought portals, actually, to be fair. Wow, that's really bright, isn't it? I quite like this one, actually. Yeah. Best skin in D4 is the Guna skin for Warlock. Succubus, so is it? There is an aspect that gives you a lot of crit chance with E-Better. It does, Obsilia. I'm trying to avoid using it because otherwise we've got no damage at all. We really need... Yeah... You know what I mean? It's like we're running out of slots for gear, for aspects. This is the problem. Because we've had to use one pair... We've had to use the boots to get the build to work for evade. You have to use one of your defensive slots or your transfiguration up here to get... You pretty much need that focus skill picking up Storm Feather Sting for it to work. And you need the cooldown reduction thing for this here as well for it to work. You end up in a situation where you've used 3 slots just to get the build to work at all. It's a lot. And I'll make this feedback to the guys. I'm like, that's cool. But the problem is now we've taken... So this is great. We have got a massive damage, though, on the boots. And next season, that goes to 195% because of the Mythic version. So that's going to be stronger. So, I suppose you can almost say you've replaced this slot up here with damage down here so that you can get utility on your build. Instead of putting utility or something on your boots, you put it on the ring instead. So, that's okay. You've done a swap, so that's fine. But you can't get damage on the pants here because you need that to regenerate enough feathers. So, you can't put on, like, apprehension or something. So for the chest, we need a defensive. You need glins on at the moment. It's too good not to use right now. Or you need something. Glins is the only thing that's going to keep us alive, frankly. Oh, I actually had... I won't use that one, actually, because that's for a build I am using. If I got another chest piece I can grab. Casting a non-basic mobility skill grants resolve. So, I mean, that would be one way to do it, but I don't really want to use that one. Or ideally, we'd use the Zik resolve generation, but that doesn't work right now. So that's kind of a bummer. So we're going to have to work out. So, yeah, that's the thing. I'm going to have to band-aid the resolve generation on this somehow. I don't really know how I'm going to do that right now. Because then you could use interdiction. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to generate the resolve right now, to be honest. You would normally do it next season. You would do it through the Zik rune. That's going to be a bit of a tricky one to solve this season. But that doesn't work right now. How do I solve that on this version of the build? That is going to be hard. I don't actually know. Yeah, that's a pain in the ass. I don't actually know how we solve that right this second. Short of you. The problem is I don't have the aspect slot. Yeah. And that means we're going to be hella squishy. But if the Zik room works with it and you use Sem Zik, then it's going to be like, or Moni Zik. You're going to be generating resolve pretty quickly. I will have yes, this just doesn't generate enough. If this maxed your resolve like it used to, that'd have been great. I might honestly, for now, have to use Kinetic on my amulet. And then next season, we can probably get away without that. I think. That's going to go in there. It does mean we're not going to necessarily... Yeah, this is the other thing. I need to get to... Each time you take damage, gain a stack of Veracity. I need to work out how to generate Veracity as well, and there's not that many ways to do it. This will be one of them. So every time you take damage, you'll generate Veracity. If we're going to use Plains Power, really need that overstack stuff. I think originally I put Ferocious up here because then you don't need any overstacks. But you don't get as much damage that way. But we can do that. And then you put Plains Power down here instead, maybe. Might actually be better to put it on the weapon, to be honest. And then put Supremacy down here. Because I don't think that's going to stack as fast. We can try this way around to start with. Well, actually, that's my weapon I use on the other build, isn't it? Okay, we'll do it this way around to start with. So I don't think this is going to push very high, because I can't resolve everything properly with some of the bugs going on, but some of them are fixed next season. Generating Veracity is going to be a pain here as well. Your only ways of doing it is using Hunter or Jaguar secondary, but this is Jaguar skills. You don't want to do that, really. I don't want to use another slot to generate Veracity, ready. Oh, I got disconnected. Oh, good. Light Ryodo, how's it going, dude? Good tasty music. Hey, nice. Yeah. Got it's just like a playlist of my childhood. How you doing, man? Welcome in. Trey, how you doing, dude? Tassif, how's it going? Was wondering if you touched a death where you could use Swarm of Swarms, making it a core skill. It would work with Kepaleka, yes. It's basically it's just another Kepaleka build. It works okay. I need to wait a minute before I can log back in. Yeah, how do we solve the resolve problem, the Veracity problem here? Gonna want to be able to generate that Veracity. How did I solve that when I played it before? I know I tried the Hunter. I'm pretty sure I ended up on Centipede because I remember needing the movement speed, and I remember that making it feel decently fast to run around. I can only think of it. I can only think of the Armored Hide stuff at the moment. Like, if you had a pretty consistent way of generating Veracity, you could, if you had the Mythic Seal that allowed you to equip 3 unique charms next season, where you can still have a 3 set in, you would still benefit from the 4 spirit stuff, but then you could also generate resolve off your Veracity. Yeah. Serial, let me log back in now. Nope. You're going to be lurking. No worries, dude. Thanks for lurk. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's not going to be very quick to generate the velocity doing it that way. Plane's power, Mystic Circle used to the plane's power used to max your velocity while you're inside it. It doesn't anymore. It just sustains your velocity at whatever you're at. So you don't actually want evasion on this build. You want to be able to get hit constantly. So if that's your only means of generating velocity, you're going to want to be able to get hit enough so that you can actually, and sustain the hit so that you can actually generate the velocity at all. There's not that many ways to generate velocity, really. The question about the Zoo Hunters, but I found the umbilical cord belt. Would that be good early on till? What does the belt do, Reptile? I don't know what all the uniques do in the game, so if it's useful, then sure, why not? Sorry, I obviously did miss that. Yeah, there's not many ways. Your resolve has chance. Yeah. Hitting an enemy has a chance to reduce your evade cooldown by 5 seconds. Each stack of velocity you have increases it. So that'd be really nice, except you need to generate velocity. I think the other tech I've got is probably better. I'm just looking, though. You have an 80% chance to gain velocity when you crowd control an enemy or apply a stagger to a boss. That's great. That's great until you don't crowd control anything, or the boss you don't stagger, and then you just don't generate any velocity anymore. Lightning damage has a chance to grant a stack of velocity. So yeah, on Lightning Sword, you could do that and get damage reduction. So that would be good for generating velocity. There's really not a lot of options for generating velocity. There's that, and then there's the Hunter. The benefit of using that Eagle Ultimate was it generates velocity for you as well. And if you go to the skill tree, it's very thin in terms of ways to generate velocity. Very thin indeed. Yeah, that one there, which is where we'll probably... Oh, it backtracks my game a bit. Yeah, each time you take damage, gain a stack of velocity. I think that's probably the only way we can go with it, really. You probably want it so that you can generate the velocity quicker. I don't really know. Don't really care about the damage too much, I've got to be honest. Yeah, that doesn't generate velocity for us. It just gives you more maximum. So that plus Ferocious on your amulet, plus your base 4 gives you your 15.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
Yeah, there is Rake, but you're not gonna... I mean, if it comes to it, we could actually just take Rake on our manual cast, but I think then we'd have to take the max evade charges thing. You can't get away with the attacks to reduce evades version without that. We might have to do that. And you can actually convert Rake to generate resolve for you as well. You'd have a resource problem to start with, but after a while, that would be a way to solve it. Thrash's third attack grants 2 stacks of velocity. Could use that as well, actually. Same problem with Soar, but it could be done. You could generate velocity very fast with this. So that's certainly an option. Just once you've generated the velocity, you can then just soar. You don't have to use it anymore. You can just soar over and over and over and over again. Yeah, and otherwise you've got tag team that generates some, and then you've got the overfill, relentless pursuit, which we're not using. So, yeah, interesting. Absolutely want to max that out. I'm amazed I didn't do that to start with. Why has it done that? I need some ranks from somewhere. Oh no, we're good. Item contribution 12, 15. I got. Oh, that's 15. Oof. Yeah, I need some ranks from somewhere. One more. There you go. It's probably good enough. Okay, we're gonna have to. I don't think that's gonna be enough. I really want to use these Soar boots. Bone Mill, can you link me those boots again? You linked me. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to check them. And I had to reboot my game, so it's taken me out of the... It's reset my chat. Only way to generate velocity that I found easy is secondary hull to be Jaguar. No, there's a few different ways. Like, I don't necessarily have to have Soar as a castable skill. But if I don't have that there, I will have to use the Max of A charges boots. I'll have to. I won't be able to use the ones that have got GA Soar in it, but... I'm going to go test it to start with. And see how fast we generate it with this. I don't think it'll be very quick, though. If not, we'll have to switch some things around. Right, the other problem to solve is crit chance. Now, this is the problem, right? The only way to get... I've got 25.8 crit chance. The only way to get to 100% is using another aspect slot to help solve that problem. I'm running out of aspect slots here. Yeah, this is the problem, right? We'll have to sacrifice so many aspect slots to solve these problems. Yeah, I mean, the Nessicum would solve the crit problem. The problem is it just feels bad to play with. I mean, this season you can't even get the damage multis. Next season you'll be able to get the damage multis on here. You get guaranteed crit strikes, but it only works against one target. It's like, it's going to feel terrible when you're trying to mob lots of groups. So your next option is... We've got to put in... We need a roll of crit on one of our rings. Somewhere. Which is more damage down. I mean, I don't know if I've got another... I don't think I've got another pair of rings I can use to replace these. That'll give me any half-decent damage. I'm not going to have 100% block chance on this build. So you can use something like Ruthless, maybe. Oh, it's an Eagle skill. You can use Reapers. That's actually better because that gives us damage all the time. Yeah, either that or you use rebounding, as you say, and then we'll have to use the other method. If we've got evasion, we're not going to get hit, so we're not going to use generate velocity for the other thing. Whenever you evade or use a non-mobility skill, you gain 60% multiplicative crit chance and 15% movement speed. But that doesn't give us any damage. And there's a problem. Reapers is better in a sense that if you can get enough crit chance... You get at least 30% damage against them. So that would bring us up to 75. We'd need at least one roll of crit chance somewhere. But probably two, to be honest. 2 rolls of crit would just about solved the problem. I haven't got a lot of all stats here. Next season, getting all stats is going to be a bit more viable, I think. I still haven't got a chest piece in. Actually, no, I did put a chest piece in. It's just rolled me back because that server crash. Yeah, we'll just dump that one in. Oh, we're going to need glins in. Otherwise, we're going to be screwed. Hey, Grow, how's it going? First time chatter. Is life on hit going to add to your total life? Or is it just regenerate? It just regenerates life when you've lost it, Grow. Welcome in, by the way. What did I say, Zach? What do you mean? When? You're doing Spirit Walker Twister build and it slaps Trey. It does. It also becomes incredibly hard to see what's going on screen late game. Hey, Nikki, how's it going? I was thinking using Peacemaker in a Jag build to help build Resolve, but losing an aspect slot just sucks. Exactly. This is the problem with Spiritborn. We are so thin on aspect slots because we are forced into using a two-handed weapon. So we can't get 2 aspect slots down here for these builds that really need that extra aspect slot. We just can't do it. Yeah. Like, I'm having to put on lower damage stuff just to make it so the build can actually achieve some half-decent damage. Well, I'm going to have a look. Are they really the best rings I've got? Because, I mean, they've got, like, no multis on them. I can possibly repurpose that one. Cat, no. Not right now. I'm busy. Thank you. That's got a cooldown. Oh, I haven't rolled that one yet. Okay. I could repurpose that. I just wouldn't have the GA cooldown, but I could maybe get away without that. Yeah, we can probably repurpose that one. I want some slightly better damage rings, to be honest. Otherwise, yeah, I'm not expecting to be able to push this high because I don't really have the right gear, to be honest. But we'll see what we can do. I've got a GA cooldown ring here. I can possibly do something with that, actually. What else have I got? Yellow would be better because I can manipulate it better. GA cooldown. Oh, okay, no, we can use that one. I can roll the max life into crit damage. Yeah, that works. Got just random stuff. Like, I've got GA cooldown there as well if it comes to it. Okay, so I can make... Might be better for me just to craft on that instead and not waste this ring, actually. Use some of these items I've got.
Welcome to my home away from home.
I should actually look through the weapons I've got as well. I might actually have a better weapon than one. The weapon I'm using right now is pretty damn good, actually. To be fair. Just look through these items. The gloves I've got are sick. Actually, most of my gear here is pretty good otherwise, to be honest. Yeah, we'll want to roll that amulet so it's not got physical on it. Probably put crit on there instead. Yeah, we can get crit on here. I don't have any spare ones that can get the triple damage on it for this particular build. Hopefully I don't have to roll for absolute ever. Yeah, it's not that high actually, but... Oof. Alright, we'll try a couple more times. See if we can get a bit higher than this. I kind of rolled middle of the pack. 49. Rolled it again. It rolled 1% higher. It can easily go to 5, 10 higher than this. Roll a few more times. 44. It rolled lower. Are you joking? I don't want to use up all my 43. It doesn't want to roll higher, does it? I don't want to... 44. Oh, good. It can roll 50 base, so it can certainly go higher. I don't want to... 55. This will do. That's probably as good as we're going to get without the GA on it, honestly. And then we can change the masterwork into it as well, because that'll be stronger. For sure. There you go. Okay, right, I need to go to Temis so I can craft on this ring. About sending something to you couldn't catch on the rest? I don't know, Zach. I'm lost now. It's probably just talking out my ass. Who knows? Right. We've got cooldown reduction, so... well, 2 damage multis and a crit, I suppose. A crit chance would be great. It's going to be quite hard to roll that, I think. I got crit charts first time. That's good. Oh, YOLO. Attack speed's not so useful. The problem is I can't just straight up remove that one. Let's add another one, see what happens. Poison damage. Ugh. Well, now you have to YOLO and remove. I think. Okay, that actually did remove one of the bad ones. I'm just going to add and hopefully hit one of the ones we want. I'm hoping it doesn't remove the crit, but I bet it will. Dexterity. It's not terrible. Just thinking, we could roll the crit chance from enchanting here. Crit damage multi. Honestly, actually, though, I really want the double. Remove. Add. Crit damage multi. Nice. Okay, good. That ring works. It's not the max roll, but it doesn't matter. Alright, attack speeds. Because now we can roll that one into vulnerable. I think it can go into vulnerable, right? Yeah, vulnerable will be the best slot here. There we go. That'll do. Lovely. Hasn't got the dex on it, but I think we need something like that.
May you find your way back.
Actually, let's put the aspects on it while we're here. Hey, Killer Pay. Thanks for the prime, dude. 11 months. That's awesome. Appreciate you, man. How you doing? How you doing, dude? Planes power. Let's go put a socket on these bad boys. Hey, Cirky, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. God, we run slow in town. Oh, dear. Empowered feathers. We want this one. Doing great. Yeah, I'm not too bad. The community voted and wanted to see me try and make Soar work, so we're trying to make Soar work. We'll see. I don't think it's going to push very high because of the way we have to sacrifice so much damage to get the build to work at all. I can get it to work, though, I think. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. And then we'll try and juice up the damage a bit. Good luck. Well, I've got it so you can permasaur, so that's a good start, honestly. Hey, Dominator, how's it going? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. How's your day going? Crit damage multiplier. It's a bit low, though, isn't it? You can go to 25. I definitely want to roll that one higher if I can. 14. Come on, crit damage multiplier, please. I actually probably should have crafted on the max life there, to be honest. And then used the enchant on another one. Never mind. Rip. Oh, come on. I don't want to waste all my Forgotten Souls here. I do want higher than that, though. That's not very high at all. I rolled 13. It's about as low as it can go. Come on. 24. That'll do. Okay, fine. Right, what else we got in this ring? We got all damage. I'd have quite liked to have gotten the crit. I can YOLO this. Do I risk it for a biscuit? We'd have to do a chaotic roll on it. Maybe we get lucky. Cold resistance, okay. Resource gen. Dexterity. Just gone round in a circle. If I get really lucky, it will land on crit. Then I can get my 100% crit chance. Resource gen. Defensive. It's max life. Oh, it's landing on dexterity again. The chances of it rolling on crit. I may just... I did actually have better dexterity than this before. I might just leave it for now. We won't have 100% crit, I don't think, but it would be achievable. It would probably want that in crit, to be honest. Oh, we'll start with a cooldown reduction. Actually, we'll start with function over damage. I need to temper on cooldown reduction here. Big Diablo player, nice. We've got a few of those in here. Appreciate the shout out. Is this your main game that you stream? Yes, it is, sir. I am a Diablo partner. As far as I'm aware, I'm one of the 2 British Diablo partners in the world. But yes, I dabble in Diablo. We have the same name. Same name in what? In real life? 130 pit down with crushing hand. 5 minutes left without transfiguration. Oh, nice. What did you do to get up to 130 then, crushing Zach? Because you said you weren't able to get above 120. That's a big difference in damage. You must have changed something. But yeah, okay. If you've done 130 without transfigurations, that build's only going to get stronger next season, minus the Zik rune, if that gets fixed. So it will still hit 130. If you take the Zik rune away and then add the extra power we've got next season, that build will still do 130, which still puts it among potential S tiers next season. Right, we need to do the other ring as well. Nice. Well, yeah, welcome in, dudes. Which Diablos have you blasted the most? I would say we got a few we got a few Diabloholics in here. Me being one of them. Yeah, just a few. I am going to start by, as I say, function over damage so that we can make sure we can actually permasaur. Hello, cat. Changed my harmony to have resource gen, so I went back to resource cost. Okay, so yeah, your resource gen wasn't solved properly. Okay, makes sense. You've probably got better gear than I had, honestly. J-Well as well. Thank you so much for the thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm not expecting this to do like big damage at all, but let's stick that there. Let's stick that there. This has currently got interdiction on it. I mean, at the moment, I have no option. I have to use kinetic suppression somewhere to generate enough to generate resolve. I just don't have another way of doing it until the Zik rune's fixed, which is next season. So for now, we are going to have to change that. I just can't see how we're going to generate resolve consistently otherwise. You'll generate resolve very quickly this way. Kinetic isn't really the way I'd want to do it because we don't get the damage component. We're literally using it as a band-aid for resolve. The Zik rune would solve this problem later on. Yeah, there we go. It doesn't matter about the damage. Okay, so that gives us at least that plus... We're at 82% crit chance, which isn't too bad. These are really low. You don't get a lot of crit chance from this anymore. These are really low. Next season, you'll be able to roll all stats instead of dexterity on your gear. Well, at least that's what was in the PTR. That makes it a lot easier to get these up so you can... I mean, I suppose I... No, yeah, I have done my paragons. So I'm not going to have half of these activated. That's pretty bad, isn't it? Alright, let's... We can get another 5% crit from the hone glyph here. Maybe. If we need to. Ritual. This is strength based, isn't it? Yeah, so we can put... This is quite good for strength down here. I mean, I'm going to have to take all these just to help with the stat stuff. Colossal is in there already. I'm going to want all of that. Oh, we need spirit in somewhere, which I guess will go in here. Because we're near 100% crit chance. That'll push us to 87 crit plus a little bit more from stats. This is fine for now. And then final glyph, Canny, I guess, can go up here. That's a good option. Outmatch, exploit, wildfire. I mean, you could use wildfire for cooldowns as well, but it's only your active cooldowns. I don't think we actually need that on this build. We weren't really having issues with our cooldowns and stuff, really. I don't think. Got that one already. Revenge. Yeah, no, Canny seems like a sensible option here. Yeah, I mean, that should be activated, right? It's fairly activated. I think there might be one more node in here somewhere, have I not? Is there only 54 in here? I thought there was more than that. Maybe there's... Oh, yeah, there's one there. Yeah, that's right, 59, that's what I thought. 74 there. Yeah, I could have put more up here, actually, but... That's maxed. That's maxed. What's my life at? 22,000. That's not too bad. Could be better. Could be worse. I've got all the life nodes, I think. Yeah. Okay, we're getting close, I think, and then we can go test run this. I need to grab my socketables. Only my ring tempers, I do most likely. Okay, I could get a way better Way bigger Midnight Sun. Only useful thing, it has dex. Okay. So yeah, it can easily... Okay, so it can do a 130. Was that... So 130 with 5 minutes left means you didn't... A pit means you didn't struggle with it, right? That means you would be able to force out a 130 tower if you had a good run. You used to play 2 on PC's Friend in a day, but the 4th is now the one I've played the most. Okay. Yeah, a lot of us in here used to play D2 back in the day and D3. I like to have Diablo streamers on while I'm at work. Okay, nice. To help pass time, I haven't tried the Spiritborn yet this season. Pretty good builds. This build here, no one's done yet. This is a... So I'm one of the main Spiritborn guide writers. Full stop. Like, there aren't many of us. I do them for Mobilytics. There are a couple other for the other sites as well. And this build no one else has done. This is an immortilize special. We'll see. It's not going to be very strong on the damage, I don't think. Because to make the build so we can actually make it function has required quite a lot of sacrifice. But I'm trying to gauge, like, where does it land? Because I can give... Because I'm in the Diablo partner program, I can give the feedback directly to the devs. And then maybe in future they can reevaluate that build. But if we can make the build actually play nicely, it just doesn't scale the damage very well, then that's an easier problem to solve. Them giving more damage to a skill is actually easier for them to do short notice than it is to make a thing work full time, to make the build work, you know what I mean? Like I say, I'm having to band-aid one thing. I'm having to put kinetic suppression on here right now, which is not ideal, but that gives us a way of generating resolve at least semi-consistently. In next patch, at the moment, the Zik rune doesn't activate this resolve here. It only does it if you manually cast this skill, so I haven't got a consistent way of generating resolve currently. Right, I need to put a... What we got in here? Pot Q. That's not going to do anything for us. So we want Moni, because we're using mobility skill. Moni Q probably is okay. And then Sem. Zik. There you go. That seems reasonable. This is fine. We're using a fire build. 26 ranks. That's not too bad. It's not the highest, but just checking all of the... We've actually rolled into cooldown there. Like I say, I'll start with function over damage, and then I can start rolling masterworks off and stuff. Yeah, my all stats is very low here, but that will be solved next season if we can get all stats on the build. It's intelligence and strength we care about. We don't give a monkeys about willpower on this build at all. If we put that there and put Plains Power up there, we'd gain a lot of damage. Let me do some math quick. What's it? 9 times 14.1. 126.9. 6 times... Oh, no, it's not that, though. If you got 9 up here, we can get to 15 stacks. It's 15 times 14.1. So that's 211.5. I'm going to make a note of this quick. Uh, 15 times 14.1. 211. 211.5. If we put it the other way around, it'd be 12 times 21.1 or something like this, roughly. That'd probably be better, wouldn't it? Probably more damage. Can't cap your ferocity so well, but... Yeah, it is. 253.2. So I'll probably put them the other way around, I guess. We don't really need attack speed so much on this because most of our stuff's coming from evade and attack speed doesn't scale that. So, yeah. You can put Plains Power up here instead. Put Ferocious down here. Yeah. Eagle damage. Okay, that seems fine. Protein heart, that seems fine. These are probably okay. Alright, I think we're pretty much in a place. My crit's not quite 100%. The only way I'm going to get there, I would need at least one more roll of crit chance, and you'd need GAs as well. I'd need GA crit chance on both of these, to be honest. I think, yeah, the crit chance problem's real. I mean, you could masterwork into it here. That would give you more crit chance. That's good. That's 7.5. That'd push me up very close. And then if you used rebounding, that would give you the 100%. It just wouldn't give you the damage instead. Yeah, real pressure on the build here, but it's pretty close. I think a GA and that would push you up to 7.5, 7.5. Yeah, so we've got 7.5 there. That'd take you to what, like 40, 90, 91.5. And did we put hone in? Okay, so we got 5% from hone, actually. That doesn't factor into this. That used to be 10, they reduced it to 5. But 5 takes you 37, so I'm at 87. Yeah. I'd still need that extra roll of crit up here. But you could roll. Yeah, we'll have a look. We can try the 2 different variants. I mean, I guess I can try rebounding to start with. But that's going to mess up, I think, my ferocity gen. So that gives 60%. It does give more movement speed as well, I suppose. Right, well, I think the build's in a place where we can probably go and try it now and see how wet noodle this is. You was debating Spiritborn after getting your druid done, attempted a fireball sork and had a great Tyrant's Grasp. Well, oh yeah, the Tyrant's Grasp warlock was sick. No doing a pulverized druids. Oh, now doing a pulverized druid. Pulverized druid's always fun. Not many Spiritborn guys for sure. Do you post builds? I do, yes. And I'll update my guide for this if we can get it half decent. I'm actually going to start below T12 to start with. I'm going to do T10. That's what they said. They want their baseline for every build to be T10. So let's see if this can do T10. I mean, this isn't optimized for damage. This is optimized for functionality to start with. Hopefully not just get one shot straight away. All right, well we can do the damage for T10. That's cool. Yeah, you can already see. I mean, look, we're hitting for billions, but it's not. I can optimize. Yeah, 12 billion. I can optimize the damage on this. Nor is my gear perfect, to be honest. What's my ferocity gen like? That was one of my concerns here. What about the Mystic Circle gen? We don't do any damage till we're in the Mystic Circle. 32 billion, okay. I mean, if we can get this build even remotely close to doing 1 trillion damage, then I'd say that's a win. I mean, I'm miles away from that right now. Yeah, getting to 30 stacks of Supremacy is actually not that easy on this build either. Alright, I'm going to quit out this. I don't need to finish this. I will be pretty much at 100% crit. I'll be just shy. Yeah, I'll be just short of it. You'd only need 1 roll of crit chance if you're using rebounding. Alright, let's try C12. Wow, you run real slow. Yeah. It's a way for everything to stack up, like resolve, and I'm only generating velocity from being hit. With the evade, look, I'm not getting hit. I don't get hit, so I don't generate any freaking velocity. Yeah, that was one of my concerns with using rebounding. I need to get hit with this. I'm trying to see if I can do perma-saw without needing my manual cast. I know how to fix this problem, to be honest. Yeah, okay. I don't think we can rely on armored hides to generate velocity for us. It's not consistent enough. I think I'd rather have the unstoppable as well. I mean, I'd ideally get away without not needing that as well. Adds an extra second on. Well, we'll try that later. This would give you bigger impact size. So that'd be much better for AoE. But I think we'll need... Oops, 1, 2, 3... Barrier. Let's try this. I'll need some points from somewhere. It's pretty point heavy, this build. I'm running out of points. I'm gonna have to take them out of there. Let's try that, because that will generate velocity for me and its mobility skills, so it locks me on. Do you plan to try Lightning Sword tonight as well? We'll see. Maybe not. We'll see, we'll see. That one, the resolve generation, you can do through the ring, the lightning ring. Actually, funnily enough. There you go, look, I'm at 12 stacks. I can just hold down 12 stacks. Yeah, that's how we solve velocity gen. You just hold down Thrash. You're using Thrash just to get velocity gen. So that's easy peasy. Oh, we hit for 1 trillion! Yes! 1.1 trillion. Soar, and I'm not even optimized for damage. I mean, that is the Zik rune. That's disgusting. That was definitely 1 trillion I saw there. There was definitely something going on there. Very nice. Hell yes. This is pretty fun, actually. I've got to spam my evade again, though. Oh, God. It's another one of them spam builds. This is pretty sick. Man, if they just juice the boots, just double the damage on the boots, this would be a great build. Yeah, having that Thrash on there for the mobility is quite nice, actually. It gives you the lock-on. Yeah, that's quite nice. Yeah, got to remember to cast your ultimate so you get some movement speed, otherwise you're just going to be real slow. This is the one build that makes a bit more sense with Mystic Circle when you're in combat, to be honest. Actually, I need to look at my barrier gen. Oh yeah, barrier gen's good. Look, we're pretty much... You want to be capped. Because I'm jumping up in the air constantly, I don't think the enemies can actually attack me much, to be honest. I'm just up in the air all the time, so they're like, huh? Where's this guy? Ah. Just got to remember to cast your ultimate, annoyingly, just to be able to even move. And that is our form of vulnerable generation, so it's... Oh, we've got something else. Oh, no, we've got Scourge putting vulnerable on people, so it's not too bad, actually. Yeah, so you're just using your ultimate mainly just to be able to move fast. And having that up constantly gives us the centipede tag from our set as well, so that's quite nice. This will be a good test for the defense of the build. Yeah, Crackling Souls. They suck. Yeah, look, we're hitting some 100 billions there. That 1.1 trillion was definitely an outlier. This can certainly be optimized for damage, that's for sure. Which boots have I got? Have I got the attacks reduce evade ones? Oh, I do. Oh, yeah, okay. I might actually, because I've taken Soar off my manual cast, I might have to... I suppose using Thrash means I'll still be able to... Maybe you can get away with attacks reduce evades. Just because Thrash attack... You can just hold down Thrash. It'll just reset your cooldown for you anyway. I might need to... The thing is, I want the Soar ranks, because that's a lot of damage, isn't it? But if you're not able to spam Soar, then that's a problem. I'm able to spam it pretty fast. No, boss. Oh, the bossing should be okay on this. The bossing should be the same as not bossing. Yeah, look, it's melted. 1.1 trillion on the boss. Eat my trillions, Bossarino. Nice. I'm pretty sure this will be less damage, but let me just shove that on. We'll try another one. I don't know if it's going to make much of a difference here. It is! Nikki, this is why I've called the build Lanceborn. Anyone who played Final Fantasy IX will understand exactly what I mean. In fact, I'm going to go find a little GIF of it or something and show you, for anyone who doesn't know. FF9 Lance ability. See if I can find a GIF for it. GIF. Is there one? There aren't many. No, I don't think there is. Oh, that's a bummer. It was called Jump, but it was basically... Yeah. Or Lance or something. But he basically jumped up in the air and came straight back down again. Yeah, it was pretty sick. Hey, Hank, how's it going? FF Dragoon, but I could have called it Dragoonborn, yeah. No, Lanceborn. Lanceborn sounds better. Right, let's try these other boots. Let's put it up. Yeah, I could certainly spam it more this way, that's for sure. Although I am running out of charges here, actually. Funnily enough. And my damage will be a lot lower because I haven't got as many ranks in it, so I won't see the 1.1 trillion, I doubt. So I think attacks reduce evade is probably the way forward. If you can get a GA of that, that would be enough. And you get enough cooldown in it. I mean, this will still work okay, probably. But yeah, you can see my abilities not perma off here. Yeah, attacks reduce is better, for sure. Let me go in. Hey, Gorshy, tier 2, 26 months. Thank you, Gorsh. Appreciate you. Let me know if you want me to do any beans. Hey, Lawrence, yeah, it's a good class. You won't have seen anyone else do this build, I don't think. Okay, let me... Now, if I take that off, I won't be at 100% crit chance. Or I won't be near 100% crit chance. I'll be currently at 97.1 or something. So I'm pretty close. Okay. Let's try turning off... no, Masterworks. Let's try Masterworking off the cooldown reduction into damage here. And see if I can still remotely play the build. I mean, I could theoretically roll into mobility cooldown reduction down there, but I think the attacks reduce evade cooldown. Masterwork's probably the play. Yeah, it's like the gloves here as well, for example. And then we can actually temper on crit damage with this as well. While we're here. Hey, Gentle, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because that's brought my cooldown up by 4.6 seconds, which means I need to do 2 attacks. Well, it'll be 3 attacks now, I suppose. But with Ravager, it's basically 2 attacks. But Thrash, you know, you got the Feather cooldown stuff, and Thrash attacks so fast anyway. Let's ramp up to a 110 and see if that's even remotely possible here. Just transfigured and managed to get physical damage on the Harmony. Nice. Winning. Yeah, before you get your resolve stacked up, I'm a little bit concerned about the old defensive side. This is the thing. I don't think we're going to have the damage scaling for pit pushing, just because we've had to sacrifice so much to get to the point where we can get the build functional. I need to have a look. So how often am I spamming the ability here? I want to be able to spam Soar. You have to basically look up above the enemies to see if you're actually able to spam it or not. Oh, it seems okay. Yeah, as long as I can see myself going up and down like a yo-yo, we're good to go. Pretty much. Once everything's stacked, like Resolve and Ferocity and all these other things. Yeah, and I mean, if they end up fixing the Zik room, which will just nerf every Spiritborn build, we change the concussive Stomp variant to the lightning one, because that would generate Storm Feathers for us, funnily enough. So we'd have more Storm Feathers around us every time we hit enemies. So that just gives you more feathers to pick up, which means you get more cooldown reduction. I mean, that was 700 billion there. And my gear is not fully optimal. And my glyphs aren't max. I haven't transfigured. 2.4 trillion! Nice. Yeah. I mean, we're not fully optimized here. It's funny, you can't have to wait. I think you have to wait for things to stack up, and then the damage starts kicking in and everything just starts melting. I think this would push to a 120 this season. I don't think you'll get much higher than that, and you'd probably have to do some pretty serious optimization for that. It's probably the best that Soar's ever been, though, to be honest. Not that anyone's really ever tried to make it work before. To be honest, I don't, not publicly, anyway. Yeah, I'm not able to... I'm not quite spamming the ability here. What I might suggest to them is making it so Soar gives +1 evade charge as well, by default. The boots that give damage also grant you +1 evade charge. Maybe. By default. That would take the pressure off a little bit, and then you'd be able to, yeah, this would make it feel a lot better. Like, you'd pretty much, where I'm at right now, guaranteed be able to just perma spam this, like no tomorrow. How's the boss? I mean, look, the boss damage on this build is pretty sick, actually. The boss damage is pretty good. Oh, melted that boss. That was a 110 in less than 4 minutes. So that weren't too bad. Yeah, the problem is you need a tax reduce evade cooldown. Look, even my Thrash is doing some good damage here. But you need yeah, you kind of need you kind of need a tax reduce evade cooldown and maximum evade charges. I don't mean this. I can't level any of my glyphs up anyway. What am I doing? The old Scorn boots made Soar build perma evade possible when it had max evade charge and attack reduced? Yeah, exactly. But you can't get both right now, Wally. That's the problem. I checked already. You can only have one or the other, attacks reduce evade or max evade charges, yeah. Yeah, sadly, you don't get those implicits on anything anymore, do you? So... yeah. Now, I kind of want to try...
This should be
in an ideal world, I actually want to see how squishy I am if I was to put, like, Reapers on here. Because Reapers gives us more damage, but I won't be maxed on crit chance. I'd only be at 87, but it would give me another 1.3 multiplier. Beans, 7, and if you don't have a 7, do another 6. I do have 6 and 7. Okay, I haven't done a bean in a hot minute, holy. 6. 1 second. I'm too busy playing yo-yo, Gorshi, okay? Hey, Steph, thanks for the alert, dude. I appreciate it. Oh, crap, I just spilt my drink. That's not ideal. Oh, God. All right, give me 2 seconds, guys. I need to get something tried out. 1 sec. All right, guys, sorry. I knocked one of my drinks. It's all over my desk. Fortunately, it won't drip on my computers. Just wipe that up there. Okay. Let's move that out of the way so that doesn't happen again. Right. Okay, right. Now we can get the bean. Where did I put the pot? There we go. All right, number 7. What we got there? Let's not get one of those ones. There we go. Don't want to get one of the blue ones. That's a bit of a cop-out. All right, we'll come over here a second. Hey, Wally, thanks for the sub on YouTube. Appreciate it. Gorshi, thank you so much for the tier 2. 26 months as well, which is insane. Right, I've got 2 beans here. We've got 2 fruity or rotten fish. We'll start with that one. That is definitely fish. Definitely fish. Oh, fat fishy. That's my first jelly. That's my first one of these in a while. You win. You do win. And this one, funnily enough, is dead fish or strawberry banana smoothies. So you might double fish me. Yeah. Yes. Oh, right, let's see what this one is. I don't know if I'm going to tell the difference. I think that's strawberry banana smoothie, but that first one was so fishy, it doesn't really taste like strawberry. It just tastes like fish. So, I don't know. But anyway, thank you, dude. I really do appreciate your support. I think you are my longest supporter now. My mouth palate is not in a good place, no. How you doing, Ganja? You had a smoothie to put down the fish. Well, yeah. Hey, Lolbert, thanks for the alert. Yeah, thanks, Gorsh. Wise Wizards. See, Wise Wizards got my back, Gorsh. See? See, he's got my back. Cheers, dude. I've still got bloody drink on my desk. Oh, dear. Oh, man, that is so fishy. I need some chewing gum. Yeah, that's got to happen. That is not pleasant. Okay. Right. What was I going to try? Oh, yeah, Reapers, more damage. Yeah, I kind of like having the 100% crit, but the only way to get up there, really. Yeah, I'd need the extra roll of crit up here. But then you lose damage there. So I have a feeling rebounding. Also, a little bit... Yeah, let's see how 110 feels with this. A little bit concerned about if we don't have the evade while... If we don't have the dodge while evading, we're probably going to be really... We're going to get hit a lot, probably. Yeah, you kind of just want, like, at least one more maximum charge. One more evade charge would be all you need. You only need 2. But you're not going to use the drive boards, because I don't think you'd ever be able to sustain that. You don't really move distance, so... Yeah, it's just feeling worse, I think. But we'll give it a full dungeon run. That doesn't feel too bad. You do just need to get things ramped up first. I mean, I've only got 22,600 life. Rebounding also did give me a bit more movement speed, which is kind of nice on this build. Yeah, it takes that pressure. The thing is, if you have to put another crit on your ring, you're going to lose some dex, which means you're losing, because we're using the protein heart, we're doubling up. Actually, that's a good point. We're using the protein heart, so we don't have to worry about stat solving. Look, stat solving. If we lose some dex, we lose doubling up of the dex. So we actually get some extra crit here as well. Only a little bit. Gives us another 1% probably. Yeah. Yeah, another 0.9. So we're literally almost at 100% if we're using rebounding. I mean, if you could, yeah. It's a trade-off. Do you lose dex for the crit chance? You definitely don't want to sacrifice a multi for the crit chance, really. I mean, that's kind of what you're doing if you're using rebounding, though. You're losing a 30% damage multi. A separate one as well, which is quite big. But you'd want to solve the crit chance around it without losing more. I mean, actually sacrificing dex for crit to then get the crit off of and have Reapers on would be the most optimal setup, but rebounding is probably what you'd use to start with until you can get enough crit out elsewhere. Yeah. I might suggest... They used to have hones, it went up to 10%. I might make the recommendation that it goes back to 10. They've moved it to 5, which is pretty low, actually, to be honest. I don't know. I need to remember to spam my focus skills, otherwise I can't spam my Soar. The reason I do no damage to start with is because I'm waiting for the planes, you're waiting for the Mystic Circle to spawn. Until the Mystic Circle spawns, we do literally no damage. Funnily enough. Actually, looking at Supremacy, we don't get to 30 stacks of Supremacy very quickly on this build, so it's actually probably best not to have Supremacy on the weapon. Funnily enough. I'm only at 21 stacks right now. Yeah. Getting 30 stacks and keeping it at 30 stacks on that is... not necessarily the most consistent thing. So we could put that on the amulet. Instead. Hey, 8-man, how's it going? Want to make sure you saw my message. Oh, sorry, I might have missed it. Sorry. You have GA attacks, reduce, evade, scorn boots, dex, max life, armor. The up for the other three. Okay. I mean, I've got one here that's attacks, reduce, evade, cooldown, GA, Soar, GA, dex. So it's like... the ones you're talking about are really good. This is probably giving me more damage, though, to be honest. Hopefully you heard... I don't think there's ads running. Hopefully you heard what I said. With Transfiguration on your gear, I can grind out a 127 tower. But I think the limit is probably around 135 with gem strength and physical damage multipliers. Spamming Vortex. Okay, well, it's 130 plus, right? No ads for you. Okay, nice. Yeah, let's switch some of these around here. You've also got to remember, I'm using no transfigurations other than the amulet one. Of which I'm currently using an amulet one, which I wouldn't normally use next season.
Fate must have plans for you.
You're drinking Starbucks and smoking a nice Cohiba. Nice. Sounds like a good day. Yeah, 130 is pretty good, actually. Honestly. Yeah, let's just do another 110 here. So look, it's really annoying. My plane's power spawned over there. Ha! Good. Thank you. I'm going to do no damage now until my plane's power spawns. There we go, and then we get plays power, and then we do damage again. Well, that was a casual trillion there. Got to keep remembering to spam your ultimate on this one, because if it's down, you lose the stacks of supremacy. Because we can't spam the ultimate that much. I have actually asked them to nerf supremacy, and what I asked them to do, well, what I recommended was, instead of, I say nerf, I mean as in cap it at 15 stacks, but then shift the power into the Paragon board, so every build will still be just as strong, theoretically. Some of the other lower builds will probably benefit from that more than the higher ones. But it means that you're not funneled into needing supremacy on every single build, which some builds benefit from it more than others, you know? And that way the builds don't just inherently get weaker either. That would be a good change, I think. I mean, this plays real nice. Like, you get the constant pulling. I mean, look at it. I mean, technically, supremacy on the weapon would be the strongest, as long as you can keep your stats maxed, really. To be honest. Oh, there's a goblin. Hello. Can I be bothered to chase after him? There we are. Hey, Dominator. Thanks for the prime. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. I mean, Thrash. I'm not even geared up for Thrash, and Thrash is doing some good, some okay damage here. Funnily enough. But it's not doing the lion's share of damage. I mean, look. Look, Thrash does some okay damage. Look, this is just Thrash I'm using right now. But it's not the lion's share of damage that I've geared up for right now. That's for sure. Like, Soar just slaps compared to it. What, with the way I've got it geared up. The reason I put this on my list of my builds on YouTube is A, I thought people might be intrigued by it. And I was like, B, I was so close to getting it working before. I was like, if I go back to this, I reckon I might be able to make it work. I just didn't have time back when I looked at it before to spend that much time on it. $3.5 trillion, 4.3 trillion, giggity. The numbers are going up, everybody. All right, well, let's try a higher tier, I suppose. I'm trying to think, like Firestorm, I was comfortably doing 120. I could do a 130 on in this season, but that was a real push. Same name, same favorite game. Had to sub somehow. Hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, I play a few different games, but this is my main one, yeah.
It is done.
We're expecting a new season to come up in the nearest future. Why the hell was my Ring of Midnight Sun in my inventory there? That's... What the hell? Why is all this stuff in my inventory? That's very odd. We can try swapping around aspects in a minute. I want to see where the limit of this is currently right now. It's just 120 is going to be a lot tougher, I think. Let's see if I can even kill anything. Ah, this is the only problem. You need to resolve stack. Oh god. Yeah, resolve stacking for the lose. Then he got killed trying to do it. I've only got 10 stacks of Supremacy right now. That's the only problem. This ultimate really doesn't stack Supremacy very quickly. So the start of your run is going to be quite slow while you're stacking that up. But because that aspect's so strong, it doesn't make sense to use anything else. That's why I said, that's why I've recommended. Like if they halve the potential power of it, it will still be a very strong option, but it won't be mandatorily strong. Shift the power into Paragon Ward, so every build still gets the damage. What is that? Oh, this guy's unstoppable. Okay, this is why it's taking so much. He's Berserker as well. No wonder he's so tanky. On the paper, this looks like it'd be doable, though. Wait. This is going pretty well so far. Oh, wow, I'm stuck on a corner. Yes, my favorite. I mean, you've basically got perma knockdown and perma pulling on this build, so that's pretty disgusting. I reckon this will be quite funny on hordes. Oh, where's the elites at? I'm running around like a lemon right now. Yeah, the addition of Thrash is actually quite goated because it gives you that extra cooldown. If your ultimate happens to be on cooldown, it just reduces that as well. I might be able to get a 1-2-5 down with this setup, but I mean, it's not. I've got no transfigs on. I was not expecting to be able to get anywhere close to a 1-2-5 down on this with the amount of sacrifice I'm about to make on the build. I'm not even at 100% crit chance with this setup right now. This guy's got elemental resistance, so he's going to be a little bit tankier to my stuff. This guy's got a disgusting amount of elemental damage. It's got mortar, corrupted orbs, and lightning enchanted. What is this? Oh, God. You, sir, have a disgusting amount of affixes that are completely overtuned. If I didn't have Glynn's Anvil, I'd have been dead 5 times over by now, I reckon. Okay. It is very piano, this build, though. You are spamming your skills because you need to spam them focus skills as fast as possible. Oh, now I've got to wait for my Mystic Circle to spawn. Come on, Mystic Circle. There we go. I don't actually know. Might be enough. Yeah, I could just, if I just keep soaring, they'll all get pulled over to me anyway. Oh, yeah, it might be enough. I just want to spawn the boss at this point. Come on. I'm literally on the cusp of getting the boss here. Come on, let's go. Here we go. I was going to say, I've got to be close. Right, let's see how fast the boss goes down. There's a lot of builds on Spiritborn suffer on the boss. I need to wait for my Mystic Circle to spawn. He decided to move outside of it for some reason. Yeah, so the boss damage is okay on this. You don't really suffer on the boss on this, to be honest. You don't have any, like, it doesn't require adds to work. Something is doing a lot of damage to me, though, so I'm not getting my maximum damage. Oh, God, that hurt. What the hell? Even with Glynn's Anvil, holy. Man, I really hate having to spam my mouse wheel or my space bar. A 1-2-5 on the boss will be a real grind, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, well, we got him. That was less than half the time, so a 1-2-5 would be doable here. I gotta go have a look at the gear again. Hey, Breakpoint, how's it going? No, this is Soar. Totally new build. No one's ever done this one before, Breakpoint. What is your defense? Oh, Glynn's Anvil right now, of course. It's too good not to use, isn't it? Nope, you won't have seen it before because no one else has done it. You just realised you were pushing 120s with 24k life. Nice. Well, I just did a 120 with 22,500 life. Yes. Good times. Yeah, I mean, theoretically, Supremacy will be more damage on the weapon. You'll just have to wait for it to ramp up. I'm just looking around at my gear here now. Yeah, you need all the cooldown you can get everywhere to make this work. Yeah, so I'm missing a damage multi here. I mean, the Eagle skill ranks is nice, but a damage multi would be better, probably. Could technically try and craft it, but I'm not going to. Getting to 100% crit whilst with Reapers is going to be quite tough. I'm at, what, 80... 82, 87. I get to 88. Get another 1.2 there, so that's about, what, 89. Another 7.5, but you'd lose the dex, you'd lose damage. Yeah, getting to 100% crit without rebounding is actually going to be quite hard, I think.
Mainlander, what do you see?
Hey, Star Sergeant! Hey, how's it going, dudes? Yeah, not bad, dudes. Just trying out some different builds. How you doing, man? Thanks for the prime. Appreciate you, man. You hope they dressed... Well, yeah, there's a lot of classes that have got defense problems, to be honest. Let's try another... Well, let's just try 125 here with that change. This is what I had originally. I'll have a near 100% crit. You'll have the extra evades that helps defensively. My damage will be less to start with, but once we've stacked up the Supremacy stacks, the damage will go up quite a lot more. So I'll probably hit like a wet noodle for the first minute or so. And then you just got to remember to keep casting your ultimate to stack it up. So that's why I don't like Supremacy very much. It's like for Devourer builds, it just doesn't work that well. Yeah, this is the problem. See, I get because I haven't got planes power on the weapon now. I do a lot less damage to start. These have got crackling souls. This is just going to be bad full stop for me, I think. This may actually kill me in a 1-2-5. Crackling souls are totally overtuned. Like I'm not the only one that's saying it either. There's a lot of people I know that really want that changed. It is completely overtuned. It just Gatling cannons you with these things, and you can't do anything. In a melee build like this, I can't do anything but eat them. There's literally no option. Yes, I'm still only at 21 stacks of Supremacy. But I lost. I think having... Yeah, I think... Okay. Let's go back to the other setup and try 125 again and see how that feels. Hey, Zeref, how's it going?
What brings you to the ancient isles?
That's just out of pure curiosity. Try it this way round.
Fate must have plans for you.
I don't think there's anything else I could put in here. That aspect's just too strong. It goes to 270%. You can't not use it. That's kind of my point. They need to change it and move the damage to somewhere else. To be honest. Like everything else is like 60, 80, 90. And that thing goes to 270. It's completely over the top. Like nothing comes even close. Yeah, nothing comes even close. I think Reapers is the play. You would just have to sacrifice some damage elsewhere. Hey, Chewy, how's it going? You won't play next season. You played the PTR and I hate almost everything they've done. Well, don't write it off just yet. I'm not saying you should play. But you should never write it off until you actually see what the next season actually is going to be. And I mean as in... The PTR is there so people can play it and give feedback. And then they have made some drastic changes in the past after PTRs. So we'll see, right? I can't say any more than that because I don't know what's coming. You're nearly done with what you want to achieve this season. What have you got left to do? So if I do this and just attack with Thrash and if Soar, I can pre-stack Resolve, which will mean I won't get clapped at the start. That's probably enough. That'll stop me from getting... Oh, God. They've hit me and they've made me drop my thing. What's the damage like? My initial damage should be higher, but my peak damage will be lower, in theory. I've made it so I can get to 15 stacks of Ferocity now, though. I gain less from Supremacy, but given that I wasn't getting to 30 stacks of Supremacy for ages... I don't know. Oh, for God's sake. Stop dropping the Heart of Stone. It's so annoying. Oh, that is one of the things that really frustrates me at the moment. I don't know why they thought that was a good idea. It just creates a really tedious playstyle. I mean, this is where I think it will peak. Without transfigurations and with the gear I've got. I'll be interested to see what my maximum numbers are like here. I think the highest I've seen so far is 4.3 trillion. I saw 2.2 a minute ago. Why is my Supremacy going down? My ultimate's up. What? Why was my Supremacy going down? My ultimate was active. What the hell? That's weird. That shouldn't have done that. I do not know why my Supremacy was destacking then. That seems bugged. As long as my ultimate's active, it shouldn't be destacking. And that's why it's taking so long to kill this, because I need to wait for those stacks to go up. I was getting no damage from it, basically. The damage numbers are definitely lower. I'm trying to get my Supremacy stacks to max to see how it feels when I get to that point. This does feel slower though. Man, that took an actual age to kill them. Oh my gosh, let me pick this bloody thing up.
This is so annoying. That's what I mean. Why they thought it was a good idea to drop that on the floor, I don't know. There's so many reasons why that's bad. It just feels bad to forget to pick it up again. It feels bad to not be able to pick it up again, etc, etc. I just disable it, honestly. That's all they needed to do. Well, we're at 30 stacks of supremacy. 27, it's pretty close. And I got collapse, oh good. Even with the resolve and glins, I still got collapse in that. Yeah, okay, that was definitely much... Oh god, I'm going to have to let them kill me again so I can leave. I kind of wish at this screen you had the option to just leave. Like, just revive or leave, you know? Have I played PoE 2? Yeah, I've got about 300 hours in the season. And I've got my own Sue companion build. Yeah, so that was definitely not as high damage. Which I guess kind of makes sense. Let's try this way around. Test your own build in hardcore. I've resigned myself weeks ago. I'll never tick everything off. Be the first time I haven't done all season stuff. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have stopped playing now. I guess they're playing other things or moved on. Always happens. You're looking for a good witch build? Okay, I don't know of any good witch builds, to be honest. Maybe there's some of the guys in chat that know a bit about PoE might know some, but I don't. Okay, I'm just waiting for supremacy to stack up now. Hey, Philia Wang, thanks for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. How's your day going? It's hard to keep the stacks of supremacy up. You have to remember to cast your ultimate like straight away. Gives you no... Oh, these got elemental resistance as well, so I'm going to be doing wet noodle damage to these guys. Because I'm doing elemental damage. There's no way to pierce that right now. And I haven't got my Heart of Stone, because of course I forgot to pick it up, didn't I? Oh well, let's get to 30 stacks and see how long these take to kill. A while by the looks of it. This is a situation where you'd probably normally skip these. I can actually hold down my ultimate button and it will just auto cast it for me. That's pretty handy. I can just scroll my will for evade and piano my buttons. Hey, look, Carnage, how's it going? I wonder how many people would still be playing if Battle Plan Tree was account wide. Maybe, yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, it's not covered. They're making it easier to level it up next season, but they're not making it account wide. I guess there's a bigger technical reason to that. But yeah, you're right. I mean, that may have made a difference. I don't know. He's got elemental resistance as well. Goodness me. Every elite I've encountered so far has got sodding elemental resistance. Right, I'm going to go back. I'm going to do this, actually. Go through that. Allow me to CB. I'm going to go and try swapping the aspects around again. Are you using the Crozier? No, because it doesn't scale the damage of Soar. Unfortunately. To have the best chance next season with the limited time, I'll be doing 1 softcore, 1 hardcore. Yeah, I mean, next season should be 3 months, I think. I think the reason they're doing this one after 2 months is to line it up so that the next one can happen not long after BlizzCon, where I guess there will be announcements. That's just my guess, to be honest. Hey, Loki, I'm good. How are you doing? You haven't touched PoE, so no clue. It's been fun. It's been good. I'm just going to go use the restroom, guys. I'll be back in 1 minute. BRB. Alright, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. You just got home from work? Nice. How was work? Carbies, how's it going? Do you know how Spiritborn is bugging 2 charms and full set in the pit? No, and I wouldn't do it, Carby, because every single one of those is up. Every single one of those is liable to being permabanned, as in battle.net. Not just Diablo accounts. I really would not recommend doing that. And to put some extra pressure on that, I've been in some conversations where the devs have acknowledged that bug. So they will absolutely have ways on their servers to list down every single person who's made use of that bug. I don't know if they'll action on it or not, but if they do, I would certainly not want to be one of those people on that list. So yeah, I wouldn't recommend. I could probably take a guess as to how they've done it, honestly, but like I say, I'm not really about spreading that stuff. Right, let me have a quick look across all this again. I mean, honestly, it might actually be better to... do lose a little bit of damage, but... to make up the crit chance. If it'll ever want to roll on the crit chance for me. It doesn't want to roll the crit chance. There we go. Only gets it to 20, but... I guess it's a 92. And then, yeah, 1 roll of crit on there. That'd get you to your 100. But next season, if we get all stats instead of dex on a lot of these items, like your armors. The amount of crit you get from this will probably, and then doubled up with Protean, will probably make up a few percent, to be honest. Yeah. Alright, let's try that. Run giga slow in town. Oh, God. Yeah, this is a problem. They've started me off right next to it. I'll go start another one. It started me right off next to some elites that have got lightning enchanted. So because we're so reliant on Glyn's Anvil to stay alive, I need to pre-stack Resolve. And I wasn't able to pre-stack Resolve there. They just came in and nuked me. And this will be a problem next season. I don't know how we're going to solve that unless they change the tuning on some of this stuff, really. It doesn't just affect Spiritborn. That affects a lot of classes. The tuning on these mobs has been ramped up to absolute high heavens. It's insane. You just do some pre-stacking so I don't just get insta-clapped. Watch the toughness go up as my resolve stacks go up. I've been trying out. Problem is doing it the way around. We've pretty much got to wait like a minute or two before we can get our supremacy even close to 30. And then the damage will be near peak, so then we might actually kill stuff. Pushing wise, I mean, that would be the play, but for bossing, you'd have it the other way around. For absolutely. You'd absolutely have plain power on your weapon. Yeah, you can see what you can already see the damage is better. I mean, it helps I haven't got resistance or whatever it is on it. Elemental resistance on them. It's still taking an age to kill them. course it dropped my thing on the floor. I'm probably gonna die, so these are crackling souls. Hey, D-Shiro, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. The damage just isn't there. Well, he's got Soul Drinker. I don't know if there's anywhere to improve the damage any further. Alright, rather than try it would push a 1-2-5. This, I'd need transfigs and stuff. Let me try a boss here. Let me just go try like a... Yeah, let me just go try a Harbinger or something. Hey, Donald, thanks for the sub on YouTube. Appreciate it. So this doesn't stack Supremacy very quick, so... Oh, man. The requirement to stack Supremacy and Resolve beforehand is kind of painful, but hey-ho. In an ideal world, you'd just get enough damage that you wouldn't have to worry about needing to stack Supremacy, I guess. This is a juiced up T12 Harbinger. And it does that, and I've only pre-stacked 22 stacks of Supremacy. That was pretty trivial, to be honest. So that's okay. It can boss okay. That pretty fast.
Your death will be swift.
What was that I just got? Alright, let's try Belial. I haven't got any stacks of Supremacy this time, so damage is going to be wet noodle. Yeah, that needing to stack supremacy to start with sucks, to be honest. Okay. I have to kill him, don't I? I can't just leave. Alright. Yeah, once we stacked it, we get a lot more damage. Attacked the laser beam. Lol. Alright, well, good. Just attacked the laser beam. It just didn't do anything to me. I couldn't be bothered to move. I was like, well, that's going to kill me. Where do these boots drop again? I think it's Beast in the Ice. Yeah, it was. I'm going to go change some aspects around. I always play Spiritborn these days, D-Shiro, yeah. I do the tier list for Spiritborn on Mobalytics. I'm just playing around with some different builds right now. Some crazy builds. Let me try... I really hate that we're funneled into using supremacy. It is just that strong. It really winds me up a little bit. It's too good. What do you play, D-Shiro? I don't know. It's not going to be better. I'm just trying some things out. You've been playing Spiritborn all this season, but it's considering now to re-roll into Rogue next season. Well, Rogue's looking very... The thing is, Rogue's very bugged on the PTR. So we'll see if they address that or not. If they don't, then Rogue's going to be crazy, yeah. I'm assuming you played the Swarmborn, did you? The Swarm build. was just trying something out in case it just happens to be like really bugged or something. Yeah, it wasn't anything crazy. Yeah.
Ancients, watch over this one.
Yeah, nice. Did you push on the leaderboards, Dishiro? Or you just play the build? What the hell's happened to Belial? Oh, I gotta do this. Oh, okay. Just gonna say I thought I spawned him. Drink City streamers there in a second. Let me kill this guy first. Yeah, it's annoying that the max damage we get is through a ramp up mechanic for this. It's not very good for this build. Like, we got enough damage to beat the boss, but not like, you know, not like fast, to be honest. Drinks City streamers there. Cheers, everybody. I see with this build you're using Devour with the Eagle Sky and Soil. Yep. It would, but I'm using this ultimate for a couple of reasons. Mainly, it solves movement speed for me. But it also, because it lasts for ages and we're using the multitude set, while that is active, my my skills gain the centipede tag. So it's and then if you do happen to have it on top of the enemies, it also makes them vulnerable all the time. Yeah. The Devourer is also an eagle skill. Yeah, so it was about trying to make the build well-rounded, I suppose. Well, I was gonna try. Well, I mean, there is something else I can try here. Actually, no. Before we do that, we'll try this way around. Trying to see what feels best on the boss. Oh, sorry, my eye.
stars align.
Spiritborn's missing some second weapon. Yeah, Spiritborn really is limited on aspect slots for sure. One of the mythic seals. Yeah, honestly, for this build, I want the one from next season. You can't get it this season. The one that allows you to have three unique charms. And you can have three of the... You'd go for the 3 set on this. And then you'd have the Protean Heart here. And then in these two, you'd have a couple others. Probably. I don't know what, though. Off the top of my head. Otherwise, I don't know what other set we'd put in here, really. I guess, well, maybe Rizoka's, but doesn't really stack up that fast. Can I tank now? Is it going to kill me? No, I can tank it, lol. Alright, good. Yeah, Supremacy just absolutely blows on this kind of content. You need the stacks before you really get any damage from it. I want to try a different setup. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think they'd give us shields, to be honest.
Auspicious omen.
I don't think that Thursday was meant to scale with that, but hey, I'll take it. I mean, that's straight up Souls crit chance for us. That's my thinking there. And then he would be able to use a ring without crit chance here as well. Probably. Yeah, you would be able to.
Back to it then.
May you find your way back.
Give me some knuckle dusters like monks. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, give us two hand. Yeah, let us wear knuckle dusters like monks did. Yeah, exactly. One in each hand, or something like this. Yeah, we really need that second of A charge as well, really, to be honest. Trying to see if there's a better setup for this kind of content. I mean, technically that gives us more damage if you're lucky. Yeah, it's a bit of too much RNG though. You can end up with no damage or loads of damage. That's the only problem with it.
Reality is such a fragile thing.
Yeah, we'll change that. First, that aspect just kind of, the whole concept of it is just a bit toxic, really. RNG, whether you'll get damage or not. That's definitely not ideal. Hmm. I think it's only 60%. Supremacy is just too good not to use. That's the problem. It just sucks on bosses. And we're still relying on it to get the damage, but it's just too good not to use.
Watch over this one.
Just be lucky. Well. Yes. it's definitely stronger. If I put in that way around, actually, I could take off Hone. But what would we put in there instead? Pure interest, what does that do, Sue? The cooldown and stuff. Amazing what a difference. What a 120 or 125 has in it. I think that's 12 times damage or something required. Something like that anyway. That thing's still not die. Oh, crying out loud, really. Oh, that dropped me a load of stuff inside of a pit. Okay. Life? Oh, they got lifelink. He hasn't. Yeah. See if he'll let me leave. Hey, Carito, how's it going? You don't know how you feel about the Season 14 mechanics. Yeah, a lot of people in the same boat. What's the best place to farm Paragon levels quickly? War plans are pretty good for XP in general, I'd say. Yeah, I feel like I'm not spamming my Soar as much as I'd like to. Hey, Justin, how's it going? What the hell? Where's all my max charges gone? Yeah, I feel like you need that attacks reduce evade cooldown, but you really need one extra. You really want one extra charge with. Out of interest, how does that feel? Oof.
Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
That is a scary craftsmanship.
Yeah, if that evasion cooldown reduction works on the boots, that would really help. To be honest, that would help you cap your cooldown on this much better.
Anyone asks, tell them it's from Skovos.
It'd help you cap it a lot better. Then you could probably put Dex on here instead. You could literally put evade cooldown reduction on both there. That would really help. Help you cap it, yeah. I'm just trying to see what the extra size here does. Is it worth it? Maybe not. Yeah, I don't even think this is a problem. I don't. This is the thing that's going to suck the most next season. We're not even going to be able to enter a dungeon and do anything before we get killed because we have to stack. We're not even going to have glins, so it doesn't even matter. You know, we at the moment do not have any way to stay alive without glins anvil, pretty much. Not really. Not while still being able to do some damage. Yeah, D-Shiro, I really wouldn't do that. Not unless you want to risk your account getting permabanned. I would not recommend. I don't think the extra size is really worth it. Not at the cost of being able to... Not at the cost of being able to spam Soar more. I don't know, but all I do know is they do know about that exploit. And it'll be very easy for them to track it, so I don't know. But I just wouldn't risk it. Because if they decide to turn around and do something about it, you're screwed. And when I say ban, I mean they'll ban your whole battle.net. They won't just ban your Diablo account. I don't personally think that's worth it, to be honest. This is the thing. I'm pretty sure.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
I mean, this will be the best setup for... fishing, I reckon.
Follow me.
Follow me.
You're not sure if there's a build that utilizes Soar? I've got a build here that works, Langus. I'm just trying to see if I can optimize it more. I've done a 120 pit. I could probably do a 125. It'll be a grind, though. What is the chance of getting modifiable gem strength? Pretty low, I think. Sadly. Yeah, I've got my cooldown low. Yeah, I had my cooldown too low before to be able to spam Soar. To be able to spam Soar, I think. This guy's tanky AF. Why is this guy so tanky compared to everything else? Seriously. Weird. He was just really tanky for some reason. I am only on 12 stacks of supremacy though. Might go try some general content stuff in a minute and see how it plays for that. I think I've ascertained it's probably peaking at absolute max, so about 125 with the Zik rune, and that's if you had transfigurations. I'm not transfiguring any of my gear other than the Coolian one because I want to be able to repurpose some of this gear for other builds maybe. Yeah, they fixed that the evade cooldown reduction, so it works with this build. That would take the pressure off needing cooldown in every other possible slot and masterworking it and all sorts. So that'd give us a bit of damage. Sorry, 20% chance transfigured and be modifiable. I've not really transfigured much this season, to be honest. Yeah, it's probably not 20%. That would... Otherwise, people would be getting it way more often. I know people have done hundreds of them to get before they get one. Yeah, so now with 30 stacks of supremacy, we're doing some good damage. say modifiable and gem strength is extremely rare, less than 1. It's definitely rare, yeah. Morimoto, how's it going, dude? Welcome in. I just wish they gave us a new mythic instead of every unique item's becoming a mythic. I've got two mindsets of it. Because to be honest, if you look back at D2, and if you look back at D3, we did only have one level of unique, right? Just some uniques were rarer than others. And that's all it's going to be. I mean, you're still going to have uniques that are essentially mythic. They're still going to be really rare, and they're still going to be stronger than the other ones. They're just not going to be purple by default, and the others not. It just means that every unique in the game now can get that mythic stance and be a bit stronger. Which means the really rare and really strong ones will be even stronger. And the ones that aren't so strong will be stronger than they were before, making them slightly more relevant, I suppose. So in some ways, I can kind of see why they're going that way. But most people won't think of it that way, I don't think. I think I had Reapers on last time I did this, which means I would have more crit. And I had the Masterworks and all of the damage things, and I... I've already got 19 stacks of Supremacy, oh good. Yeah, it really is a pain to maintain stacks of Supremacy on this build. This is a build that would really... So when I was saying earlier, nerfing Supremacy, stick that damage in the Paragon boards, would benefit some of the builds that can't utilize Supremacy so well. This would be one of them. Having to utilize Supremacy because nothing else is even remotely strong enough to be there is kind of a bummer for this build. And there's a bunch of builds like this, I'm sure, yeah. Bean. Bean, 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 bean. I don't know, did we actually hear that? I haven't heard the Bean song. Huh. Let me check that, we should have heard that. No, I didn't either. What's happened there? It should be outputting. How bizarre. Let me see if I can give you those points back. Turns out I can't because Blurp just takes them from me. Oh, good. Hey, Mr. Andrew, how's it going? Maybe it's delayed, I don't know. Sometimes Blurp just messes up. There we go. Yeah, Reapers is absolutely the way to go for damage. You don't get as much movement speed, but then you lose 10% crit chance, so... I think this guy wants to give me some bits. Just TP to me. You're going to test to see if we do hear them. Yeah, sometimes blurt messes up. No, it doesn't seem to be. I'll have to have a look at it in a second. I'm waiting for this person to come and give me these things. I don't know what they're doing. Why does no work? I didn't mean to open that. All right, well, one sec, Zach. Let me get this stuff off this person because I'm trying to do two things at once. It's actually really hard for me to do them both at the same time. And then I'll look into the blurb stuff. No, I know. No. No, I don't want to do that. I thought he was giving them to me. I didn't want to run them. Right, okay, let me look into blurb here. Got misled there. He said he was going to give them to me. That's what I thought he was doing. What he actually meant is, do you want to go run them? I don't want to run 30 T12 Mephistos. I'd rather get a spoon and stab myself in the eyeball, to be honest. I'm not watching that cutscene over and over again. Screw that. Okay, I'm just trying to find it. Oh, that's it. Test it. Here we go. Last connected 9 days ago. Yeah, there's something definitely not right there. Right, one sec. There's obviously something not right here. What's happened here? What the hell is going on? I think I can see why it's not working. I can't even test it. Unless they've changed the link, which I suppose is possible. Let me check. I see why. They've changed the link. Okay. That's a bit naughty of them. There we are. There you go. Alright, it'll work now. They changed the path on their web link. The unique has the power of the mythic? Not really, because the mythics are going to have the same bump in power as well. It's all relative. Yeah, don't get me wrong, Umbercrux is just completely busted anyway. They need to delete that item from the game and or rework it. It's been broken every single time they've released it into the game, so... yeah, it probably needs a little bit of looking at, that one does. Yeah. That's what the other guy suggested. Who got the idea, sorry? Who, when you say he, who do you mean, sorry? Yeah, I think these boots need to make it your evade is now Soar and grants you 1 extra evade charge. Soar now deals extra damage and triggers Vortex. It's like... that would make this feel a lot more fluid, I think. It's pretty close anyway, so like being able to... You know, I'm nearly spamming it. That would make it feel a bit better though. Because then there would be no gap between, there would be no downtime on it at all. Saying that, if I actually had the 75% cooldown reduction, it's possible I wouldn't have any downtime anyway. Yeah, if I had 3-second cooldown rather than what, like 4.1 or something right now, maybe that would be... There's 2 less feathers, I suppose. In a way. Yeah, we're going to see. I am expecting some fairly drastic changes, to be honest, from the PTR, but I don't know... When I say drastic changes, I don't know how much we'll see on the class side. We'll have to see. They might do like monster damage balancing or something, which will affect all classes as opposed to balancing all the classes massively. So then we wouldn't really see any of the things I'm talking about here anyway. Not next season anyway. Yeah, this is very annoying. I really don't like that the Hearthstone drops on the floor. This feels like a very slow run right now, I've got to be honest. I'm not even going to bother. This build won't be ideal for chasing down goblins, so I'm not going to bother. Yeah, you can do a 120 comfortably enough on this. I haven't got all full damage in. I've gone as much cooldown as possible here, so like utility. I say if the evade cooldown reduction works with Sword, then we really wouldn't need to get as much. We wouldn't need as much cooldown reduction on the gear. You get a 60% on 2 tempers. And then you'd need a bit more elsewhere to get to your 75%, but it'd be doable. You wouldn't need some masks to work them all. Probably get away with just having 1 cooldown reduction on the ring. Rather than having it on both. So that grant me unhindered as well. No, I don't think it does. That's a shame. Oh, but Toxic Skin does. Actually, out of interest, I know this is going to make me do less damage because it'll get rid of the Zik rune damage. I want to see, does it make a difference on the cooldown reduction side of things if because if they fix the Zik rune, which I am expecting, concussive stomp electrifies the ground, sparking enemies, damage over 2 seconds and causing them to drop to a storm feather. Yeah, I want to see. Oh, I probably should have gone down to 110. Oh well, my damage is going to be wet noodle without that Zik rune damage. You lose like 5x damage, but I want to see what the cooldown's like with it. Instead of incremental changes where players can build on what they've learned, classes are getting complete redesign. Yeah. Yeah. You want to see this? I don't know. I mean, I can't really see if it's dropping storm feathers, but you've got to assume it is. It does feel like I'm able to spam it more. I say my damages should be a lot less because the Zik rune damage won't be there. At 5x damage or whatever it was giving us. So that should be quite noticeable, I imagine. These are life links, so these are just giga tanky anyway. So where I would have been hitting for trillions, I'll be hitting for like 5 times less. So that's going to be a fairly hefty nerf to Spiritborn when that will get fixed eventually. It's just a matter of how long it takes for them to... Well, it wasn't fixed on a PTR, but it might be fixed by the time we get to the season. I mean, he's a really bad example because their life links, they're just giga tanky anyway. But yeah, you can feel the damage is lower. That's going to take a literal age to kill them. This? Oh my god, that second group's got lifelink as well. Are you giggling me? What the hell? What's the chances that the next set would also have lifelink on it? Yeah, I am able to spam it more, I think. So I can see where the design philosophy was. Like, you can see there's feathers all over the floor. I think that was the intention, to get... You can get it so you auto cast and get your feathers there, but you can't really not take this damage right now. Not really making use of that, am I? Yeah, so that cooldown could actually come down another 1.3 seconds. That'd be pretty significant. So if you manage to achieve that, this would be spammable with what I'm doing right now, I reckon. Like, fully spammable. But you'd really need to be able to put evade cooldown reduction on, given that goes to 30% on crit temper rather than 12. I mean, I've got near perfect cooldown rolls here otherwise. It's basically impossible without the Lord's Mantle to get to 3 seconds right now. Literally. You know, even if my Masterwork's in there, and Masterworks in here, it still wouldn't be enough. I've got maximum there, near maximum here. I've got maximum up here. I suppose I could Masterwork in there as well. I've got cooldown everywhere, and it's still not enough. 53.7. And I've got 24% of this, which probably, yeah. You need that evade cooldown reduction. And then that would probably be enough to remove, yeah, cooldown reduction GA off here. You could roll crit chance there. Maybe even get cooldown reduction off there and go crit chance there as well. Go dexterity there. So you can get 2 damage multis, dex and crit. That would help you solve with crit chance stuff. Yeah. How have I got these set up again? Alright, I'm going to go try a war. I'm just going to try to see how War Plans feels in T12. That still gives a lot of class and spec disparity. Had to help a client, but did I miss the bean flavors? No, I didn't do any Dominator. I only do the beans if someone subs to my channel with a paid sub or 5 gifted. The blurbs there for people who like to call out that it's going to happen. Cooldown reduction. We don't care about the damage on Thrash. Thrash is there purely to generate ferocity. And the cooldown reduction, yeah. But it's mainly the ferocity generation. It just insta-caps your ferocity for you. It also gives you that dash, which is quite nice as well. Let's see how this plays out in the wild. Yeah, the ramp up damage sucks on this because anything that uses Devourer doesn't stack it up very quickly. So unless you've got enough raw damage to start with, and it just doesn't matter about the supremacy damage, then you're not going to nuke everything. I mean, this is fine, right? I mean, once you get going, you're going to kill stuff fine. I mean, those are working now, so that's good. Let's go see if anyone comes down here. They're going to see this build and be like, lol, what the hell is this? The one good thing about this build, I suppose, is I'm going to be able to do this. Just sit in the middle. Just do this. It's going to be great for this. Preferably not lock onto any enemies. And just soar up and down, and around. I nuked the boss because I'm on 23 stacks of supremacy. I absolutely wrecked that boss. Christ. Alright, well, I can farm that easy enough. I agree. Who's your daddy? And what does he do? Cold, very good for hordes. What do you mean, sorry? Oh, man, I don't like that map very much. I'm not used to it. This build has a ton of potential, but they need to fix a couple of things with it. Fixing evade cooldown reduction so that you can hit the cooldown reduction requirement. So you can actually hit 75% without having to use the Loyalty's Mantle. We'll never have enough damage on this without it. We need to be able to use the Harmony of Ibawaka. We haven't got any set that makes sense on this. Not unless they make it so that the Eagle set works with it as well. Which I don't think they will, because technically we're not actually moving any distance, so it makes sense, to be honest. It makes sense that that doesn't work with this, because we're not actually moving any distance. So it leaves you with the multitude set, which is getting buffed. The boots are obviously getting buffed because they'll be mythic. Harmony Bibawaka will be stronger because it'll be mythic. If they fix the evasion cooldown so it worked with this build, that would be amazing. It's a bit near to when the season's starting though. Trying to think what else. Need a bit more. Honestly, we'll have to see. I really don't know how much change they're going to make to the classes. I mean, the class changes were quite thin anyway. There wasn't an awful lot of change to start with the classes, to be honest. Oh yeah, this will probably be quite good in Hordes, yeah. Because it's got the pull in. You just got every time I use Soar, it uses Vortex. So you've just got this whopping great pull in constantly. Actually, this build feels pretty good to play. It's just really difficult to try and solve everything on it right now. The Zik rune. Obviously, oh yeah, but obviously if they fix the Zik rune, our damage goes down by 5 times. But then it comes up a bunch with Harmony Bibawaka, a little bit with the boots. I mean, I might just suggest to them, give us more damage on the boots. Buff the boot damage to like 250. Because it kind of needs it. But yeah, you know, it's... So the damage will be, I mean, if they fix the Zik rune, the damage will be a little bit lower, maybe. But then every build's damage for Spiritborn will be lower because of that. But we'll probably still use the Zik rune just for the resolve generation, and then we can change the aspects on our amulet to something that isn't resolve generation based. We could even put apprehension on, so that would give us damage. So that would make up a bit more damage as well. So the damage on this build, even if they fix the Zik rune, will probably be slightly better. If not, if they don't fix the Zik rune, then the boots, the helm, and the aspect will boost the damage of this build more than it is right now. And then if they magically fixed it so the evade cooldown reduction worked with this, when it's, and if they added +1 evade charge, or even if they just fixed the evade cooldown reduction, that's probably enough. And took the pressure off of needing cooldown on every piece of gear, then we could get the crit and stuff. Then, yeah, this build will be fairly well-rounded, I'd say, overall. And I don't know, I mean, wishful thinking that they do the change to Supremacy or something like I suggested, where they essentially nerf Supremacy but shift all of that power back into the Paragon boards. I think they'd need to buff every single Paragon board by 50%, so that every build in Spiritborn will overall gain that power. And then Supremacy wouldn't necessarily be a go-to must-have on every single build, because at the moment it is. Like, if they just come in and nerf Supremacy and don't give us anything in return, Spiritborn will really suffer as a whole. Like, we're already going to be on the weaker side of classes, I think, unless there's a bug that I haven't found. But the build actually plays pretty well otherwise, honestly. I mean, it's not giga fast or anything, but it's... Oops. But I mean, it's got some pretty decent movement speed. It's got some really good like utility and stuff in it. The damage takes a minute to ramp up. That's one of the issues. So it's not the best at bossing because you have to wait for it. You have to wait for the damage to ramp up. It's got the damage once it ramps up. It's like this, I've got to wait for the Supremacy stacks, that's the problem. You basically get like a wet noodle until that point, they've all split up, haven't they? This is my point. This is why I don't like Supremacy. This is a build that really suffers because we are really weak without it. But we're also really weak to start with because we've got it just takes us so long to ramp up. Some builds you can ramp it up pretty quick. But this one, not so much. Once we ramp it up, we're good, but... yeah, it's a bit frustrating when you're on a build that can't really make use of it for the first, like, 2 minutes of a run. Ow, okay, well. Good. Crackling Soul is just completely overtuned. If they don't nerf that down, this next season's going to suck for a lot of classes, I think. There's about 3 or 4 elemental affixes. If they don't tune down or change how often they attack, it's going to ruin the experience for a few of the classes. You can't... if you're playing a melee build, you cannot possibly outplay those. They are designed in such a way that you just can't. You have to be able to eat that damage, otherwise you're just going to die. Right, we'll go run a 115 because it'll be a lot quicker, honestly. I did a 120 pretty quickly earlier, but I did have all of the... I think I'd rolled all of this into crit damage multipliers, everything. Let me check my glyphs quickly here. Yeah. Yeah. That all makes sense. Do you think in Season 14 that this build with Zepasontek and or Pain Gorge work? It won't work with Zepasontek. It's not a basic skill build. And that's... oh, for God's sake. Oh, it's so frustrating that everything hits like... the damage numbers are so too high in this game. What the hell? I should never be in a situation where I can just be one shot because your defense is fully relying on a ramp up mechanic. It's actually dog crap. It's such bad design. Yeah, and that is the only way we can stay alive. Yeah, I don't get frustrated easily, but I don't like dying like that. It's just not fun. It's not fun. I think that's where most people are going to have a lot of problems next season. If they really don't tune down some of the damage from the monsters, a lot of people are going to quit very quickly, I think. The PTR was dying a lot compared to this. Glynn's Anvil being capped at 40 is very low, to be honest. Compared to what we've got right now, I mean, it puts you up about 80 or 90 or something. Yeah, we're good once we stacked Resolve, but needing to stack Resolve so we can actually stay alive means you could be one shot. Like, I've literally spawned on a dungeon before where I had an elite group literally on top of me. So there was no way I could stack Resolve. If you were doing that in hardcore, you'd just be dead. Nothing you'd be able to do about it. But yeah, there's a lot of these affixes. Like, for a builder like I'm playing right now, there's absolutely zero way you could outplay some of these mechanics and still actually do damage. Because I have to sit still to go up and down like a yo-yo to do damage. And a lot of these affixes, so yeah, they need to tune some of them down a bit. They're a bit over the top. Or just cap down like the damage, stop the damage scaling at some point, which is what they used to do. Yeah, once you got the stacks of supremacy, see, look, the damage is good. But imagine that this damage was shifted into the Paragon board, and then I could put on a normal aspect that just worked pretty much from the get-go all the time and didn't need the ramp up. This build would feel so much better to play. So much better. Like a gazillion times better. And it means when you go into bosses, you wouldn't have to wait however long to do any damage. Same with the pits. You could just run in and just start playing. This map's always really annoying to try and find all the elites on. Yeah. I normally just run to the exit, and if I happen to find one along the way, that's just a lucky roll, I suppose. He died pretty fast. There's a lot of enemies there. Probably drop me some progress globes. With the golden epiphany. Why? Sorry. Oh, why Wusha? Oh, that came on quickly. Yeah, why Wusha out of interest? I can't see any purpose for that in this build. Or the Crozier. Neither of them scale your main damage. So yeah, I mean, by all intents and purposes, and even if they nerf the Zik rune, this will still do 115, 120 next season, which won't be god awful. It's going to be, I'm going, at the moment, Spiritborn S tier with the Zik rune is looking like 135 around the peak, maybe slightly higher if people get crazy runs and all that. So that'll be your S tier. A tier will be like 130, B tier like 125. I suppose that puts this as C tier, but if the Zik rune gets... If... That's with the Zik rune. This will go to... I've already done a 120 on this, and I had like half the time left. So with transfigurations and GG stuff, this right now in this season would do a 125. It will just be a real grind. So with the Zik rune next season, with all the buffs coming in, you're probably going to be looking at a 130 on this. But that'll be a real grind. More like 125 comfortable. So that'll probably put this around B tier, maybe. Just not, it's not awful. Hey, Original Sin. Thank you. Appreciate the sub. How's it going? What's the most fun non-meta Spiritborn build in your opinion? That's tough. I'm having a lot of fun on this. It's just a bit frustrating that it's, again, it's another build that's like 95% there, and it's got some bugs that are holding it back, and or just that 1% that's missing. The main bug is the evade cooldown reduction, actually. That evade cooldown reduction and the Zik rune bug for the resolve. If those both got fixed for next season, this would be pretty good, and this would be at least B tier, I think. Going on the assumptions of what the general Spiritborn pit clear is probably going to be next season. This is pretty fun, actually, to be honest. It's just, yeah, I've had to band-aid a few things because of the bugs and stuff, so you have to sort of like do the best you can. Hey, Crafty Witch, welcome in. Yeah, we're good. How are you doing? Welcome in. Yazook, how you doing, man? No, this is Diablo 4, Yazook. No, it's Diablo 4, Yazook.
But yeah, it's good. Season's good. Just playing around on some builds. I'm going to update the guide in a minute. I've got a pretty good idea where we're going with it. But yeah, how are you doing? Do you play Diablo? I'm just testing out a bunch of the war plan content right now. Yeah, and also supremacy as well. Like, if they changed it so supremacy wasn't so ridiculous and shifted the power so all the, other builds could make use of it. Like, shifted the power so the other builds get that, so all the builds get the power still, but are funneled into needing to use that aspects all the time. So we could, like, say, I don't know, use a different aspect, like insatiable or conceited or whatever. The build would just feel a lot better. So this is pretty fun, actually, this build. It's a bit spammy, I've got to be honest, but these are 8% chances. 4% chances. YOLO. Got one. Oh, yeah. Got a 4% hit. Nice. Going pretty good. Just called it a night. Ding 297. Nice. GG's. You're in a D3 mood more than D4, are you? I haven't played D3 in yonks. I'm nowhere near 300. I haven't bothered. I've been playing PoE 2 offline. I haven't been playing much the last couple of weeks, apart from on stream. You wasn't a fan originally of the evade counter swarm, but it eventually grew on you once you mastered the order skills, yeah. So that will still be up there as one of the highest, if not the highest pit pushing build as things stand. It was a bit slower, but yeah. Hey, Skinny, I'm good. How you doing? Youthful Spirit, how you doing, man? How's your Spiritborn testing going? Yeah, it's going okay. Your favourite was playing around with poison, not because of meta, just because of sheer fun. You should be playing games for fun, first and foremost. So, if you were doing stuff that was fun, that's awesome. This is pretty good. Like, I've actually managed to make Soar a viable build. Viable in the sense that I cleared a pit 120, and I had time left. And no transfigurations except the amulet one, because you can get that by re-rolling over and over again. So obviously if you wanted to put loads of time into it and get in this season get gem strength and all of the damage aspect, all the damage transfigs or decks or whatever, you could probably get to 125 on this build. I was sort of half doing 125 even with my current setup, and I wasn't hitting all my breakpoints because I didn't have all the GAs. And there's a couple of bugs going on, which means I've had to band-aids and things. One of them's definitely getting fixed next season because I tested it, which means we'll be able to put a damage aspects up here. Probably. So that would give us more damage. So this build will be okay next season, even if they don't fix the fact that evade cooldown reduction doesn't work. But if they did fix that as well, that'd be amazing. Yeah. So this build's pretty good, actually. It's not terrible. It doesn't feel horrible to play. It's a bit spammy. That's the main thing. All right, let's go run like a random nightmare dungeon here. In fact, let's run... I'm just going to run a random escalation, just for the funsies of it. This is Season 13, Youthful. We can't test Season 14 anymore. The PTR only lasted for a week, but I did do a bunch of PTR testing, yes. But next season, there isn't that much changing. Like, it's not like the seasons where we had, like, Chaos Uniques, and it meant we were literally going to build every build entirely different. It's not that different, if you get what I mean. So, it's more... I can, for the most part, test the builds here. And then if I need to make adjustments for next season, it shouldn't be too difficult. There are some changes, and I'm taking those into account. But I'm not using the Air of Perdition on this build right now, because I know that that would help me solve crit on this version right now. But it for sure wouldn't help me next season, because it won't give us the crit, I don't think. So I've decided to use the Protean Heart here instead. So I'm sort of matching it up as close as I can to what will be possible next season. Yeah. It's got some pretty good utility in it, this, honestly. You don't really need to move fast. You just get in the middle of them. And then you just hold down right. I just hold down Thrash just to
to generate velocity and cooldown, and then yeah, you just put your ultimate down, and then you just spam Soar. Well, you pretty much just spam all your abilities, actually, to be honest. But like, that's pretty much Spiritborn, though. Every single like build on Spiritborn is just spam your abilities. Basically, I try and make my builds not have to be in a certain order, because if you have to spam them in a certain order, God help you. I did that once on a Death Trap Rogue, and as fun as it was, I got very tired of it very quickly. I didn't like casting the skills in the same order over and over and over again. It was, yeah, and if you messed it up, your build would just suck. The Crozier will give you all the nodes in focus. It doesn't work right now. It's bugged, Nikki. But I understand that. Fair enough. And the bonus, the potency. The Wusha will give it the potency tag. True. I guess, but Devourer isn't really our main damage here. Yeah. No, true though. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, look, that's the great thing about it. Who knows? Maybe you'll come up with something completely goated. And maybe I'm just a dumbass and I can't see it right now. What do I have as a unique charm? Protean Heart. Because it just doubles up my dexterity and it doubles up all of these, which means like it's, look, it basically solves my break points in my Paragon board. Gives me a bit of extra crit, etc. Doubles up my dexterity, so it gives you damage, etc, etc. Yeah. Even with the, and with all stats next season, if you stack all stats and get like 3, 4, 5% crit through getting up to, you know, you get to, oh, you only get 1.8% crit at 708 strength. Oof. Okay. Well, maybe that's a mute point then. I was going to say, you'll probably get to like... Oh, no, it's probably about right, actually. Yeah, you'll get to about 1,000. You could probably get to over 1,000 strength if you get all stats everywhere. Like, if the PTR was anything to go by. And then if you use Protean Heart, it'll double that up. So you'll end up getting, like, 4% crit from it. Maybe if you get really Giga Min Max stuff with GAs, you'll be able to get 5% on there. And 5% crit doesn't sound like a lot, but it is, because it allows you to hit that 100% crit chance a bit easier. Yeah, for this kind of content, it's fine, honestly. I mean, it's not the fastest build in the world, but it feels pretty good. Soar is a viable build. Like, I've done a Pit 120, I've killed T12 Belial. I'm not going to go try T12 Mephisto, because that'll be torture on this build. It's not that it wouldn't be doable. It's definitely not going to be a convincing kill, though. Not like Swarm, you just walk in and press a button and everything just dies. It's not going to be like that, is it? But for general play, I mean, this worked fine. It's not the fastest build in the world, but you could even use rebounding. It'll give you more movement speed than this. You smash the bosses here. Lilith wouldn't be bad with Soar. Yeah, you wouldn't kill. With Supremacy, it is a problem. Supremacy makes bossing on this build really, really annoying. Actually, to be honest. Because you haven't got enough damage without Supremacy to just go in and nuke stuff, which means you have to stack Supremacy, which means it takes time. So, yeah. And when you're using Devourer that lasts for 15 seconds, stacking Supremacy takes a while. But otherwise, just for general play, hordes, dungeon clearing, pretty solid build, to be honest. I mean, it sort of works okay. You got some decent movement speeds. I should be at 220, actually. 210. Okay. I need a few more ranks in Devourer to get to 100%, and then I'll be able to get to 220 movement speed. I suppose I could probably go try and get that after this dungeon. See See if I've got a spare Wumba charm. I think some of my charms have got the wrong spirit halls on them for this build. You'd want Gorilla, ideally, or Eagle, so that it plays into every single one of your skills. I think I've got at least one on that's Jaguar. And that's the one that isn't going to affect Devourer because I've got it set up so that my Thrash and my Soar are both Jaguars, so they both get that tag by default anyway. So I didn't need to use the ultimate or anything, or the spirit halls for it there, for the multitude set. I think I need 4 more ranks, or 5 more ranks, and then I'd be at 100% on Devourer. And then that means I'd cap my cap 1, and then you get 20% from picking up Storm Feathers, which we're doing all the time. Like, that tech is absolutely perfect for this build. It's a shame you have to use 2 aspect slots, but I think it's okay given you get damage on the boots. So I think that's okay. And yeah, I mean, that lasts for ages, so that just solves your movement for you. So that's nice. Oh, just been ambushed. Good. You could pre-stack. It's going to take you ages, though. You can only cast Devourer once every 15 seconds, and you only get 5 stacks, and then you've got to cast Devourer immediately after it ends, otherwise you lose 1 stack. So on average, you're going to lose 1 stack. So you're going to have to stack 7, 8 times. Let's say best case scenario, absolute best case scenario, you don't miss a single stack to get to 30 stacks 6 times. That's 90 seconds of pre-stacking. My point. That's not fun. No one wants to do that. It'd be better if that aspect was just not so... I never liked it in the passive tree with the overflowing, really. I don't mind it having an overflow, but having it so it overflows by 3 times what it was originally intended to do. And now that they've made it an aspect, and it's so strong compared to everything else, apart from Blaine's power. Blaine's power is the only one that comes close, and even that isn't as strong. Even with 15 stacks and fully jacks up and on a weapon, it's not as strong. It's crazy. Like, supremacy is mental. We'd be better off shifting that power into the Paragon board. Make every single Spiritborn build be better. And then make it so other aspects might be preferable. They might still... Make it so it's still a usable aspect, and builds that smash their ultimate every 6 seconds, like, consistently, can use it, and then they'll be fine. But for Devourer builds, you don't really want to use it, to be honest. But you do, because it's just so strong. So we'll see. I'm not expecting exchange, but it would be nice if they did. Yeah, I wouldn't want them to just come in and nerf it. I'd want them to shift the damage somewhere else, because that would make us really weak compared to everyone else. That is one of our strongest things, full straight up. But yeah, I mean, look, this is... It's not it's not a build that it just can't be played full stop. This is the closest Soar has been since its release of a class, I'd say. This is the closest Soar has been to being a playable build. That's actually decent, like, semi-decent. I don't think anyone's really played it since release, and it wasn't really viable for it. This actually, it does do enough damage now. And it can be made to synergize and work. It's just a lower tier build, I guess. I'll spend Let's use that one. Yeah, this is definitely the best it's been. So I'm going to update the guide for it in a minute. I've already got a backbone for it, but there are some changes I've made here. I'm just trying to put myself in a situation that when those final patch notes come around, I haven't got all my guides to update except Thorn's Evade, because that's dead. And then I've got God knows how many other guides to do as well. So I've still got Fire, Rock Splitter, and Quill Volley I want to get into. And then we'll see what time is left before... We'll see what time is left before the next season, I suppose. Maybe get into a couple more. Try and flesh out the old library of builds properly, so Season 14 is much more complete. Season 13 was just a bit crazy. None of us really knew what the game was going to be like, so we had to learn the game on top of actually working out the class and builds and stuff. I've got a pretty good handle on it now, I'd say. I really, really, really like the pull-in utility on this. It's like infinite pull-in, and it's got, look at it, it's crazy. I just pull everything towards me. You don't really need mobility on this build other than to get between things. That's the only reason you'd want more movement speed. If we were able to get nearer to 250 movement speed on this build without sacrificing stuff, like rebounding gives you a bit, so you'd be able to get to 235. But if you were able to get to 250, holy hell, you would run so fast, it would probably feel pretty good. It would feel really good to play. But yeah, the infinite pull-in's great. Love it. To be honest. So that's pretty cool. No lick top, this is on live. PTI ended already. But this will build relatively similar unless there's some really drastic changes, but I really can't see them making big changes around this skill. I'll give them some feedback and maybe they'll make some adjustments, but it's not exactly like this is like a build that anyone else has played, so it's not likely to be on their list of targeted stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not bothered about doing that. Didn't even need Mystic Circle to finish him off. Oh, can't go that way. Where we gotta go? Oh yeah, over there, okay. Oh, yeah, it won't be. Yeah, this won't be anywhere near the top of their list to reduce anything about. There's no reason to. Zero broken about this. I've had to put together some pretty clever like mechanics to make it work, to be honest. Some of it was clearly intentional, though. I think the way it pulls together, I say this is one of those builds that's like 95% there. It just needs that final 5% finesse, and then it'll just be a really decent build. It's not actually terrible to play. It actually plays pretty well. It's not too hard to play either, actually. Trying to keep my supremacy stacks up. If Rogue depends on constantly pressing buttons in order, I will not enjoy that. I don't know how Rogue plays in terms of key pressing and stuff these days. I haven't played Rogue in ages. It's probably my least played class. Hey, Skelly Worm, how's it going? Choose next song. As long as it's stream safe. What do you want? Oh, we're able to kill T12 Astaroth in a reasonable time. We'd already pre-stacked our supremacy here, so... Yeah, once we get this guy going and we're in our plane, our Mystic Circle, hopefully we don't get clapped by that thing. Wow, this guy's tanky as hell. Oh, I'll tell you why. I wasn't using Soar, lol. I was killing them with Thrash only. No wonder I was doing no damage. I was forgetting to scroll my wheel. I'm playing a Soar build without using Soar. I was sitting there going, why am I doing no damage? Oh dear. What a scrub. That one. Right, let me have a look at it. Okay. One sec, I'm just finding it. Alright, okay. Which actual song is it? What's the actual name of the song? Can you just give me the name of the song, please? Because I click on that link and it takes me to a thing. Is it System? Is that the one you want? I think it is. I just want you to confirm. Yeah, System. Okay. All right. Yeah, that should go next. Sweet. Right. There's one thing I wanted to check here. Just clear out my inventory quickly first. Yeah, that protection of the prime's just sad, full stop. I don't know, we've never used it. They changed it loads of times, still never use it. Stumped over there a second. There's the old rings, they can go in there. Okay, we'll keep this one out. That can go in there. We're not using laws. That was good for testing purposes. Righty. Yes, we'll keep the Wumba. Because that means I can re-roll my charms. Not the Wumba, the Multitude. Right. Those will work. Those will work. Yes, those will work. Steve's here. There's 3 Jaguar. So I'm looking for that one there. But with Gorilla or Eagle. Alright, well, I've got to swap that out. That's just 1 extra rank. Yeah, I'll do this here. Centipede. I'd prefer it with a res, though, to be honest. Since I've got the resources. Ah, he rolled with a res, but it rolled low. I think I prefer Gorilla or Eagle as well, preferably. Oh, it's rolled. Just rolled it again. Physical resistance. What's my resistance is like right now? Physical's pretty low. Okay. We'll use that one instead. Movement speed and shadow resistance. Oh. Roll past it. Centipede poison. Yeah, I don't really need all poison right now. Hey, bye, McGee. How's it going? Played this immediately after launch, but took a long break. Picked it back up today, and I'm having a blast. Nice, dude. What are you playing? Welcome back. Sounds like corn, this does, but it's not. It's just a Benetton, isn't it? Looking for one with the right ranks and resistances on it. The game has changed a lot, Bimo. Yeah, if you've got any questions about the game or need any help or anything, let us know. I'm sure someone here will be able to help you. Let's roll Jaguar again. I don't want Jaguar. Want one that's going to affect my Devourer as well. For that tiny extra little bit of movement speed. Oh, it's +2. God damn it. Let's roll past it again. I had 20,000 of his resource and down to like 7,000 now. Might actually have to go without. I don't want to lose the rank in Soar. So it needs to be +3. If it rolls without resistances again, I'll probably just take that for the time being. That's a big if though. Oh, there we go. +3 eagle poison. Okay, cool. God. Took like 16,000 I did. Jeez. Yeah, 99%. Okay, that's pretty close. Yeah, you'd need one more rank and then it'd get you above 100. The only way to get one more is to get a +4 in here somewhere. Don't know, but actually, I don't think it overcaps you. I'm pretty sure once you got 100 and that's all you can get. It doesn't go into cap 2, it goes to cap 1. That's pretty close, 21% off. I don't have any of the... You don't have any of the expansions? But I've been playing a seasonal character. I picked Barbarian and Whirlwind is a blast. What platform you playing on, Bimo? You playing on PC or you playing on console? Is the point of the seasonal character just to run around and do the whisper stuff? Playing on season means we don't actually have a season as per se right now. The new season starts in a couple of weeks' time and there'll be like seasonal mechanics and stuff. Because this was an expansion release, they didn't do that as such. There was so much change in the expansion anyway. Thank you for the Prime as well, by the way, Bimo. I appreciate it. But yeah, I mean, it's all about just making your character, getting stronger, beating the hardest content, farming out the best stuff. That's kind of what these games are inherently about, I guess. Hey, Tertiary, how's it going? But yeah, what platform are you playing on, Bimo? Are you playing on PC? Are you playing on console? Okay, let's try this dungeon over here. It should feel a little bit faster running-wise now. Let's try... Yeah, this'll do. Let's see how it fares doing one of these. I've got to remember to actually use Soar. Got to scroll the wheel. Yeah, there you go. It's amazing how much even 9% movement speed makes a difference. It really does. Yeah, this will be fine. I mean, for this kind of content, it's fine. Especially for these. You just need to be near enough so you actually pull them in. Unless they're unstoppable, of course. And then, I guess, bad times, but... Yeah, once he's there, you just pull him in, kill him. Good. Off we go. I'm just pulling them all towards me. But there must be one around. Is this going to finish? Why is that not finished? Oh, it has. It's just not showing. Okay. I'm running out of time, that's all. I thought it was going to disappear there. I was like, what? Come on. There hasn't been much in terms of time improvement here. Things here. I'm going to go get this up here. For these kind of dungeons, you really just want to find the big boss. You find the big boss timer thing, and then that's it. You'll have time forever. You'll never run out of time. Come on, give me my Mystic Circle before I run out of time. Christ. There we go. Yeah, so that gives me loads of time. It's all good. That was a bit close. Bit close for comfort, but... There we go. Yeah, we can finish this off in the next layers. Just run through things as I can. I've probably said this before, although a passive tree along the lines of PoE would be sick in D4. Yeah, I don't see that happening. Not in the way PoE's got it. I mean, PoE's passive tree is amazing. Like, the design behind it was insane, but it's very complex. Very. And I guess that goes against the ethos of D4 a bit. They want to try and keep the game more simple than that, I think. Hey, Animosity, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in, welcome in. I wouldn't say they're all balanced. Honestly, it's nothing to do with the passive tree to why they're all balanced. one of the biggest things is PoE's maximum damage builds only doing the millions, right? You know, you're not going into literally hitting for billions every hit or trillions every hit. Not unless the build is bugged, in which case they'll get fixed, right? But you don't really see that. So that makes inherently damage numbers just aren't as high. There aren't as many damage multipliers in the game. Like, Diablo 4 is just nearly all damage multipliers. So, it just, the numbers go absolutely crazy. And it only takes something to have access to 2 decent multipliers more than something else, and then suddenly it's going to be way, way stronger. So, that's where the biggest imbalance comes from, if you ask me. Makes it quite hard to balance stuff. Because you have to have, then you have to sit down and go, okay, every build needs to have relative multipliers. You know. We love big numbers. Yes, we do. Yeah. I think the numbers could come down because it's all relative. It doesn't matter if you're doing trillions or millions, really. If millions is the highest anything's doing in the game and you're slapping pit 130, 40 with it, then it makes no difference whether that's trillions or millions, really, does it? Don't need the time. I just need to get this thing here. Alright, let's go slap the boss here. I don't know if we'll get Thorns multipliers. I mean, it's... I don't know. Either that or we need something like the Wumba set. The Wumba set. The 5-piece bonus. Thorns can now crit or something like this. That would do it too. That would make Thorns builds compete. But I don't know. You just need that, yeah, or Thorns damage multipliers in general. Which would help all classes, I guess, rather than just Spiritborn. You get bored of one build in under a week and want to make a new character, but can't. A new pit system for above 120. Maybe. I mean, who knows for the future, Ganja? They might do some crazy stuff. The AFK Thorns Barb. Oh yeah, season 4. Yeah, I had a great time in the PTR with that build. Not PTR, sorry, in the PvP zone. Yeah, I definitely upset a couple of Necros with their minions in that with that build. Their minions hit me and blown them up because their minions damage reflected back onto them, and he just insta-killed them. It was so funny. It didn't. My build did nothing else. I couldn't do any content unless anything hit me. But in the PvP zone, it was god tier. Yeah, that was funny as hell. I still vividly remember this minion Necro bullying everyone. So I went in with my PvP barb and just watched them blow themselves up repeatedly over and over. And they kept calling me. They kept saying I was doing hacks, and I'm like, nope, just playing a Thorns build. Rip you. Yeah, so it plays nice enough. I mean, this is by no means the fastest build in the game, right? I mean, we've obviously got, like, we pretty much had the fastest builds in the game this season for the most part. We had, I mean, the absolute fastest build was the Thorns of Aid build. That was 2.2 times faster than the Swarm build, and that was completely absurd, to be honest. Complete insanity of speed. That's obviously dead next season, which is sad. But I mean, this is fun. I mean, it's fun enough. So if we were able to get just a little bit more movement speed, then like maybe even just 20-30%, we'd run so fast. It'd feel pretty solid to run through these dungeons. Yeah. Sork has been nerfed on speed. What specifically has been nerfed? I know Sorks are going to be weaker next season than what they are right now. But what specifically has been nerfed? Yeah, I was over here, I see. It's a bit of an annoying dungeon to navigate, this one, to be honest. Power charges you can't pick up passively. No, ball lightning is new variant is the flame ball. Yeah. Yeah, I heard something about flame ball probably being quite good next season. But I haven't looked into it. Any one button builds on Spiritborn? Not really, no. Probably not. Yeah, I don't think one button. Not easily, anyway. Spiritborns inherently are quite skill use heavy, to be honest. Spam the skills. Hey, Lord Soul, how's it going? You've been grinding the flawless heraldic gems. How close are you? The one button barb leap was the only barb I enjoyed and played. Yeah, because it's one button, right? So, I mean, yeah, we were able to do our T12 war plan easily enough. Like, there was no issues there.
Let us plan our next move.
Still yet to get a mythic one. Oops.
We agree. The plan is set.
Yeah, you need a mythic gem too. I need a mythic seal. I haven't got one of those either. Okay, guys, I'm going to go use the restroom very quickly. And then when I get back, I'm going to update the guide for this with what I've ascertained. I think it's probably as good as I'm going to be able to get it in this season because of the bugs that I've had to band-aid. I can't do much else with it without losing, say, like resolve generation or... Yeah, resolve generation mainly is the big one. And the other couple bits. So I'll be back in about 1 or 2 minutes, guys. BRB. Alright, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. My music seems to have somewhat gone into some progressive death metal. I'm not actually sure what this is. I'm going to have a look what it's doing. It's a bit heavier than I was expecting it to be tonight. Let's have a look what we got. Oh, it's Opeth. Oh, wow, okay. I haven't listened to them in a long time. Oh, it's not bad. Yeah, this is a bit more like it. Alright, yeah, that's really random they threw that in. Wow. Good times. Hey, G in space, how's it going, dude? You thought it would be nice if Grand Gems were a rare drop? That would be nice. I'm going to have a little bit of flapjack before I do anything else. I am starving. My mum bought me a flapjack, and I'm like, om nom nom. Flapjacks are the win. Hell yes.
Thank you.
Okay. To be honest, this is doing better than I thought it was going to do. I wasn't quite sure I was even going to be able to make it properly playable today. So, I think overall, I'm pretty happy with this. I think I'm going to go and update the guide for it. And then it's just kind of there for when next season rolls around. It'll be stronger next season regardless, I think. When you dodge or block an attack. Am I actually getting that damage much? I only have like 50% dodge. I suppose you only got to dodge one attack in 8 seconds, haven't you? Oh, it didn't like that. Oh, well. Alright. Let's have a look at this guide. I'll start and get to the point of hunger. I think my stomach's actually hurting. I spent a bunch of time on this, so it's got a lot of stuff in there already. I only added the pushing variant until I knew what it was actually going to build like. What am I eating? Flapjack. My mum bought it me the other day. It's real nice. White chocolate and blueberry. That's very good. Yeah. When I'm streaming, I like to have stuff that's just really easy and quick energy. Okay, that needs to change to gorilla. That needs to change to centipede. Yeah, a lot of this was roughly, I was roughly on the mark. Couple of differences. I kind of knew I was gonna try and get the Harmony of Evil Walker on this. But I left loyalties in there because I was kind of like,
If I can't actually get the cooldown to work with loyalties, then it's a dead skill anyway. This is pushing, right? Yeah, that's... I put barrier gen in there, actually. I don't think we really need barrier gen on this. You've got so much barrier stuff anyway. With the protein heart, you get double value out of Dex, but in this current season, max resolve will still be your best, I think. So we'll change that around. Why do I have in the gloves here? Okay, there's one aspect different. I had Reapers over there. I guess what I'll do is actually I'll change these around. I had cooldown on here, actually. I actually put crit chance over here because it rolls higher. You need cooldown everywhere right now. That might change, but for now, you kind of need it. Recalling. Don't need movement speed, so you're going to have max life here. Yeah, evade cooldown reduction would be so much better. But alas. Yeah, supremacy. I think it's fine. Yeah, that would be best in slot. But you want mobility cooldown here as well. And for now, that has to be kinetic. That's one of the band-aids we've got in there. Gorilla version of 8 was the strongest? Yeah, I'd say so. Overall, I found that to be more fluid, yeah. There's actually some things I could do differently with that now that I learned with playing my crushing hand. Like, I'd put momentum on the boots to give it a little bit more movement speed between combat and stuff. Hey, Fex, how's it going, dude? As things currently stand, it needs to be something like this. Well, actually, you would need crit in both, really, but... yeah, as things currently stand, you would need that. You're planning to push with it again? Nice. You've been playing PoE 2 still, Vex? Okay, that seems fine. The boots are obviously the most important part. Harmony Reblocker is pretty important. I'd say this tech's probably more important than the damage. It just doesn't work without it, literally. Then weapon, then defense. Reapers, then ferocious, yep. Where's the weapon? I mean, that just caps out your crit. For now. Moni Q, Sem Zik, that seems fine. So a lot of that's all the same. Sweet. Don't have to change anything about those. Easy claps. What about the tags up here? Yeah, speed farm is, well, I wouldn't necessarily say it's speed farm right now. It's not too bad. Beginner friendly, controller friendly, off meta. Melee. Probably put support in there as well, since you can literally just play pull-in support. Like constant pull-ins. Little bit here and there was away with the family. Oh, nice. Where'd you go? Anywhere nice? Gorilla would be best here. Yeah. A lot of this I landed on the right thing. Oh, a few changes. But a lot of it I've landed on the right place. Right, that's the talisman done. It shouldn't take too long to do this guide, actually. To be honest. A lot of this is... I was pretty close to my theory. I just need to prove a few things out. I'll reset this, though. Yeah, the thrash tech, the thrash stuff, that's pretty goated. And then, yeah, let's do that. So it just constantly... That just stacks up your velocity, like, ridiculously fast. Knockdown, defense, max out Soar, of course. Cooldown, damage. Max out this for the cooldown. don't overly need that. So it is. Centipede, max that out. Eight points left. I can just go in there. The Devourer grants movement speed. When Soar wasn't triggering Sem, even though it was evade. Oh, yeah, way back, Zach. Yeah, yeah. Here's a smoother version. My son competed in the Summer Games golf qualifier and won. Oh, nice. Earning one of 3 spots to represent our region at the Summer Games in August. That's sick. Here's a smoother version. Yeah. Yeah, that's sick. Vexcon, nice. Well done to your son. Hmm. That looks fine. I like to save after doing a little bit because sometimes the page can mess up and then you lose your work. Okay, we just do the Paragons, which probably, I reckon, I might have the drive board in here because I wasn't sure if it'd work or not. Yeah, I have. We've got Infighter. We'll put Hone in there. We don't need Wildfire. No. Seems fine. Spirit. Yep. And then this board can just be switched into Revealing. We should be fine. I reckon that's got Colossus in it. Colossal in it. Yes, it does. And then this can just come straight through into Viscous Shield. Because it turns out the drives... I wasn't sure if the drive stuff would work or not. I hadn't tested it before. The answer is it. I didn't think it would, but I put it in there just to test to start with. It turns out it doesn't work, so... And that's canny. Yeah, that's pretty much the Paragon. Straightforward enough. Viscous Shield. Oops. That can go away. Ritual, Colossal. Ravager, Armored Hide, Toxic. Actually want Devourer first. Mm. Okay. Hey, Quantry, how's it going? Okay. Additional block chance, Scourge. And apply vulnerable. Ferocity generation. Additional cooldown reduction via Thrash. Don't know what's happened to the symbol there, but never mind. And Paragon. Okay. Can be used. You can also... Hey, Tristad, 15 months. Thank you, Tristad. Appreciate the support. Give me a bean number if you want. But if not, thank you, dude. I appreciate you. How you doing? So achieve 75% cooldown reduction via affixes the following. Affixes 3. I have one of those. Oh, good. Right, give me a second just to finish this bit and then I'll do it. Cooldown reduction. Okay, I've just got to do the variants now and then we're pretty much there. I had most of that pretty solid already. My theorying on that was pretty good, actually. There was a few... there was a few bits, like the ultimate and the primary spirit hall, but pretty solid. Let's go over here a second. Bit of machine head to smash some beans in my face too. Tristad, thank you so much for the sub. 15 months. Can't believe it's been so many already. Here is blue cheese or bubblegum bean. Bean, not beam. We're not going to beam my face. We're going to bean it. All right, let's see what we got here. That's definitely cheese. Oh, that's definitely cheese. It was not a tasty one. Oh well. Oh, how's your streams been going, dude? Oh, it's very cheesy. I've had fish and cheese today. Oh, good. Oh, man. Oh, it's very cheesy. Wow. Cheese. All right, let's get these other variants done. I need another guide so I can just copy paste the variant text. I like to keep it uniform if I can. Stream's been going good. Been off this weekend. Okay, nice. Yeah, you got to take time for yourself. I've learned that over the short time I've been streaming. If you don't do that, you end up burning out. And trust me, I'm a workaholic, so I burn myself out. I literally work myself into the point where I will burn out, and then I have to take time off. So I know exactly what burnout's all about. I've always been that way, even since I was young. All or nothing. My mouth tastes like cheese right now. Lovely. Cheesy cheese. I love how Spiritborn's just like, mythics? What mythics? We don't use mythics. Useless. Dear oh dear. Alright, this will be exactly the same, just none of these. Pretty much. Because there is no mythics. In fact, the endgame version or variant will be the same as well. Oh man, that is so cheesy. Wait, what did I do between that one and that one? Did I actually change anything? No, not really. It's literally the same, isn't it? Or maybe I changed some stuff. Maybe I did change some stuff. I didn't change anything in a skill tree. Maybe I changed some stuff in here. Oh, of course, endgame I have less Paragon. That's the main reason I had that different variant. Yeah, okay. No, that makes sense. Well, this will just be identical. So that was easy. Just remove the transfix. There's no reason to do anything fancy with that. It's the end of the school year, cram of events. Oh, yeah, of course it is the end of school year, isn't it? Blimey. Ugh. Our time flies. We're already in midway through June. I love blue cheese. Yeah, it doesn't taste as good as blue cheese. Just trust me. It's synthetic blue cheese. It doesn't taste good. You wouldn't want to eat a jelly. My last bit of flapjack. Hopefully this will mask it a bit. We'll sort the links out in a minute. Right, the gear stays the same. Everything in the end game is going to be exactly the same as well, except for the Paragon. So we're going to cut this down to about as minimum as we can, whilst keeping everything in there. Guess we can get away without those. Yep. Or 1, 2, 3, 4. I literally. Oh, I need one more. You take that there. Okay. Save as nodes. It's just all about saving nodes, but getting the majority of all what's in here. Oh, that's a good point. You actually get block in here, don't you? 5. You get 11% block in here. That's right. Honestly, this should probably be block up here as well, not a dodge. Then you might actually take that cluster. It's useless to other stays, to be honest. One sec. Did I have a random node in there? So I did. Don't need that. There we go. Better, isn't it? 50. Don't need this. We can get away without those and those. Still miles off somewhere. Let's just prune some clusters a bit. You just take that out, full stop. 253. Still going to be well over here. You're picky with any type of cheese, so knowing me, I hate it. Fair enough. Yeah, it is an acquired taste, I'd say. All right, what do I normally go on here? I think about 230, right? Although I think Crushing Hand was really tough to get that down. 239. It's pretty close. Let's lose one cluster somewhere. Which cluster to lose? That's the question. Let's dodge and total armor. Yeah, we can lose that one. There we go. Nailed it. That'll be fine for now. Alright, that seems fine. And then starters where it gets interesting because you want the bare minimum uniques. Like, none of it can play without it. This one, you have to have the... You literally have to have the boots. It just will not work without it. But we'll have to... But you take the Lord's mantle off. It's like the bare bones basic starter stuff. Okay, yeah, so we'll sort the links out in a minute. So that all stay the same. Change the helm to, I don't know, something defensive, I guess. At this stage. Oh no, we actually put that in there. And we get the... Oh, I'll tell you what I've done. I've taken the wrong transfiguration out here. There we go. That's better. Don't think even this doesn't even use any legendary runes, so that's easy peasy. It's pretty much gears is pretty much the same. Aspects are the same. You're still aiming for the same thing. Like, it'll play almost the same. You just won't have as much damage. Pretty much. And because I've recommended gorilla ranks, that will still work okay. We don't need any of that stuff in here for this version. Yeah, leave those in there, why not? Take the Procyon Heart out. You do that as well. Seems reasonable. Skill tree will be the same. If I update the Paragon, we'll save that. Okay, and then this one, for my starter boards, I pretty much always, I just strip out the last board. And then I'm just literally down to bare minimum nodes you can possibly have while still getting all your legendaries and your 4 glyphs at this stage. So you can sacrifice some damage, some defensive clusters here. Just to make it so it's like very obvious you go straight for your legendary nodes, you go straight for your glyphs. Pretty much. We only go over here because you want the extra to boost up this node here. But otherwise, straight for legendary, straight for glyph. Straight for legendary, straight for glyph. And this one here, just straight for the glyph and out. Pretty much. And that leaves you about there. Viscous Shield isn't going to really fire that early on anyway, to be honest, so... And all I need to do is fix the links. Just make sure this one's correct. No, it's not. Didn't think it would be. All I need to do is change that there. That there. And right, we want okay. Put that in there. End game. Right, mythic. Pushing. Mythic. And then pushing in there, and that should create the full loop in all the variants. That should be it pretty much for that build. Alright, starter, endgame, mythic, fishing, mythic, endgame, starter, good. How it works section, did not work. Good. Right, let's fix that. It's because I tried to circumvent having to click on this and do this, I suppose. There's obviously something wrong with the way I copied it. It's probably got a hyphen 2 at the end. FAQ. Save. Let's do that. Okay. Yeah. Alright, that guy seems good. Good. Another one done then for now. Oh, we got disconnected from the game. Lovely. Right, what's the time? Okay. Does anyone want to come jump in and run for a little bit? I might just play on the build for a little bit. It's probably the last time I'm going to play on it this season. Get a better feel for it before I go off for the night. I don't know what you want, cat. I'm busy, mate. My cat's just sitting there meowing at me. Meow. Please love me. Please. I'm rubbing his head. He's just like looking at me with a demonic grin on his face. Yeah, I'm just going to be running some war plans. Nothing crazy. So feel free to come jump in. And it doesn't matter where you cast Devourer because it spawns back up on top of you on where you are anyway eventually. I was just waiting for my Plays Power to spawn. So that's a two-man T12 Andariel. That's easy enough. Ecoms, how's it going, dude? Is the screen stuck for anyone? Oh, sorry, it is. I do apologise. Thanks for letting me know. One sec, let me fix that. It's because I switched between you being able to see my desktop and whatever. I don't know why my OBS capture does that. Well, it just doesn't like it sometimes. Probably need to update something. Alright, that should fix it. Yeah, thanks. I didn't see it. There you go. It's alright. You didn't miss too much. Appreciate it. How you doing, man? No, it's not you. It's because I'm on a 2 PC setup, so I've got my main game PC, which is where the gaming's going on. My stream PC over here, that's where the stream's going on. And then I've got a capture card, so the capture card captures the picture from here and sends it over to that PC. And so, the way to make it so that I can play in HDR and still send that in SDR, I have to do it using some sort of roundabout workaround. And sometimes it just messes up. Yeah. If I swap between, I normally play it so you only see the game. It's more optimal. But yeah. Anyway, technical stuff. You might go play some PoE2 Alpha Lords. PoE2 is a lot of fun this league. I've been having a lot of fun with it. I'm going to log in later and hopefully have my mirror. Guitar. Hopefully. I found a crossbow. It's definitely worth at least a mirror. Oh my word. We got a Snuggy raid coming in. Hey, how's it going, Snuggy? How's it going? Let me get you a shout out here. I'm making new builds, Snuggy. A build that no one has done before. And it sort of works. Raid and run. No worries, man. Thank you so much for the raid. Guys, if you haven't checked out Snuggy before, another Diablo partner, awesome creator, good friend of mine, really good vibes, great music. Go check him out. Show him all the love. Appreciate the raid, dudes. And anyone that's come in, I'm Immortalize. We're just running, I won't be on for too much longer, but we're just running some Spiritborn stuff. I'm actually playing a Soar build, and it kind of works. So that's pretty fun. As voted for by the community. I've just updated a guide for it. Dog Nation, how's it going, man? So if anyone wants to jump in and just run for a little bit, I'm just running some war plans. Just I've really played this build before, so I'm just getting a little bit of a feel for it. It might be okay next season. Yeah, and we'll go from there. Ecoms, thanks for the follow, dude. Appreciate it. Kinda. Yeah, kinda. Kinda. Right, we run really slow until we cast our ultimate, and then we run really fast. I'd like to run faster, mind. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. My main damage skill is actually my evade. I should probably evade, shouldn't I, really? Oh, tune. We got some proper old school bangers on tonight, blimey. Wow, I haven't heard this one in ages. Proper neck snapper. So anyone who's ever played Final Fantasy 9 before, you'll know exactly what this build is. It's the Freya Lance build. Pretty much. I jump up in the air and I come back down and everything dies. That's what she does. Violence. No, it's Hope is Gone. Oh, Hope is Gone, the actual track, I think, isn't it? Yeah. Off of that song. It's just that beginning riff, it's filthy. It's probably one of my least favourite Slipknot albums, actually, funny enough. It's got some bangers on it, but it's not a bad album. I just prefer the others. No violence. Lanceborn. I've called it Lanceborn, yeah. 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 It just reminds me of that so much. Yeah, if we could get the movement speed to 300. Or close to 300. We'd be really, really fast. That'd be real nice. Just about to run real quick. I mean, let's put it this way. My damage is nearly on par with Rake and stuff this season. On this. It's not far off, honestly. At least when I tested it. But you might be able to get Rake a little higher now that I've figured out a few things for Crushing Hand. Okay, next one. Bit of Helltide. Agile Badger, how's it going, dude? Is this PTR? No, this is Season 13 live. PTR ended already. I've just been testing. I mean, there's not going to be that much change between builds now and builds in the next season in terms of the way they're built. So, like, this build, unless they drastically change their direction, this build will still build relatively the same. It's just some items will be mythic instead because of the new system. Right, this is a more off-meta build on Spiritborn. But it's pretty fun, actually. People wanting to see it. I made it viable. I made it playable. I mean, that was the first step. Is it even going to play? Like, can we just make it so you're not just running it, like sitting around for 10 minutes, wait, or something, you know, sitting around for ages waiting to actually be able to cast it again? I actually managed to solve that problem and get the damage high enough that I cleared a 120 with room to go. So it'll do a 125 this season easily. Why am I so slow? What? What? Why me so slow? Why's my ultimate down? I run so slow without my ultimate up, it's actually painful. There we go. I need to remember to keep casting my Ravager. Otherwise my ultimate doesn't come up cooldown fast enough. Is there a guide? I just updated it in full for what I'm using. I'm probably not going to do anything else with it this season now. Works pretty well. My gear is decent, but not perfect. I don't have any transfigs on except the amulet. You know, the amulet Coolian one. I had to band-aid a couple of problems because there's some bugs going on right now. So that meant we lost some damage or utility or something along the lines. I need another chest. Where's the nearest one? Might be quicker to go over there once we've done this. It plays pretty well. I've solved all the problems you needed. Ferocity, resolve, and etc. Movement speed. Yeah. Yeah, just casting that just gives you your movement speed, so that's good. I mean, if you get really adventurous, you can pick up a Storm Feather as well. That'll give you a bit more movement speed. That should put me up to 220. 199. Yeah, 219 now. Storm Feathers allow you to go. It gives you cap 2 attacks, cap 2 movement speed. I mean, that stuff I was talking about the other day, where it's like you could change the Eagle Mystic Circle aspect so that it allows it, the aura to attach to you and grants you cap 2 movement speed. That would be fantastic for this build, because then your Mystic Circle would move with you, and then you'd be able to get more movement speed so you can run faster. That would honestly be really nice. That'd be better than getting and next season where they fixed the resolve generation, and you can use the Zik runes to generate it. You could move this aspects on there and put it on. Oh no, that might be a problem actually. That's a boots. That's a mobility aspect, isn't it? Maybe not. They'd have to make it so mobility aspects can be Coolian transfigured as well, and they're not right now. Interesting. Yeah, okay, maybe that thought's not going to work right now. Oh, we need to do a pit, sorry, not a under sissy, my bad. I'm just going to slap a 115 in, guys, because on my own I can do these okay. A 120 was a bit of a grind on my own. Do you know when the next season patch notes drop? No. Nope. No idea. If I was to take a guess, it will be not this week coming, but the week after. There'll be a campfire and patch notes, I think. This is making the assumption... This is making the assumption that it's releasing on the 30th of June. So we'll see. But yeah, the highest damage number I've seen is about 4.3 trillion. I've seen in the trillions a few times, so that's with the Zik rune. So without the Zik rune bug, but next season there's a bunch of damage buffs coming in, this build will still be able to straight up achieve 5 trillion, will still be able to achieve 1 trillion damage plus. Minimum. Because I was nearly at the point where if you took the Zik rune away, you'd still be at 1 trillion anyway at peak. And there's a few different buffs coming in next season which will affect this build. I mean, the mythics for starters. And we get 4 times multiplier on the Harmony of Ibawaka. We're getting all 4 spirits applying to our Soar here. So that's a significant buff from the Harmony. The Scorn of the Earth's a fairly significant buff. I might even try and recommend to see if they can buff that more so the Scorn of the Earth gets a bigger damage bump to it. I think it needs a bit more damage to it. I'll give him some feedback on Soar as a whole tomorrow, I think. Hey, Agile, thanks for the follow, dude. I appreciate it. Here's the thing, like, I'm pretty sure the way this is, I've constructed this is getting pretty close to what they were intending when they came up with this variant. At least on a lot of the things, anyway. And it's pretty fluid. This is definitely one of the more fluid off-meta builds I've played. Like, it's not too clunky. A little, but not too much. Difficult to construct, to be honest. But definitely not one of the more... It's definitely not an obvious build to start with. There's a few bits on it, like the tech I'm using to make it so I can actually spam it is not obvious to start with. Nice. Let's grab my rewards here. I guess you just do some 4% YOLOs. 9 chances at 4%. Do I get at least one? No. Maybe next time. Oh, I've got an extra chance. Oh no, I used it already. Look at me, I'm blasting. I got another point. Alright, under sissy. Wow, I spent like 2 billion today. Holy. All that re-rolling and everything. I just haven't looked at gold because I've got so much. I shouldn't have any problems the rest of this season anyway. I'll wait for everyone to spawn here. waiting for everyone to be here. Alright, let's go. You guy in the UK, cool cotton candy, candy floss? Do you mean you guys in UK cool cotton candy, candy floss? Yes, we do call it candy floss. You didn't buy the battle pass, gaming. Fair enough. Is that just because you haven't played that much? We've already filled it up, so we can just move on. Oh. Something nearly clapped me. I don't even know what. I'm on the portal thing. No, other things came up before. Yeah, fair enough. Holy, look how much that drops us. Oh, God. Crafting materials for days. So many crafting materials.
Locked.
Nice. I'll go hand that war plan in and maybe we'll get a mythic this time, right? Oh, something hit my frame rate, has it? I might need to reset my game after this. I think something's just hit my frame. We'll see. I think my frame rate's just been hit. Does that weird frame rate bug? I'm taking a good clean look at these just in case. Because I heard the mythic ones are really similar to blues. Although I've got a HDR screen, so it's pretty... I haven't tried a horde with it. We can go do that, I suppose. Maybe we'll be okay. We'll try and do a dungeon first. No, no. I think the memory leak bugs just hit me. Alright, let me just salvage this stuff quick.
Mainlander, what brings you?
May you find your way back.
Okay, I'm just gonna reboot my game, guys, and then I'll get you back in. The memory leak bugs hit, and My frame rate is just slowly deteriorating before my eyes. You'll know a mythic one when you see it, okay? I mean, I haven't had a mythic seal yet, so I'm not keeping my hopes up. Oh, we're just rebooting. Oh. You've only got it once, but it's very noticeable. Okay. Okay, good to know. That's better. Frame rate's up about 50 frames because of that. Oh, you're going to request to join, Zach. I can't actually send you an invite. Oh, same with Bleeds. Can you... When you're not in a party, guys, let me know. I'll get you back in again. The rewards are nice. You got a room one. I got 25 and 16 were legendary. Wow, that is nice. Yeah, GG's. That is nice. Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright. The one after this is a horde, so I'll open up a big horde. It'll be good to see how this build performs in a horde situation. It should be okay, to be honest. It's got okay mobility. It's got really good grab pulling and all that stuff. I mean, this build will be fantastic for the goblins because you'll be able to pull them all together. Around here. What? Oh, I got stuck on the floor. That's good. Okay. Huh. I've got 96 of these, so I haven't used any of them, really. Alright, no worries, Zach. You're good. I think Zach said he's dropping. Hey, Max, I'm not gonna lie, they better off removing Barbarian class next season with how much they nerfing Whirlwind. Barbarian's still gonna be one of the strongest classes. By quite a long margin as well. Well, at least from the PTR anyway. So I don't think so. They had 3 builds that were able to go to pit 140. That's well and above what half of the classes can do in the PTR. But we'll have to see what the final patch notes bring, because there could be some changes there. We don't know yet. Yeah, how you doing, Baxter? Anyway, you good? Come on, you goblins. I'm geared for you. Oh, sad. I was ready. Just been playing a lot of PoE2 and World of Tanks. Nice. What build you been playing on PoE2? I've been playing a bunch of that off stream. Raven Flock Jin Sorceress. Nice. Sounds fun. Hey, you say, how's it going? I'm just getting in Spiritborn and I'm wondering what roles should I be looking for on my gear so I can get bases. Do you know what build you're playing? Because it kind of depends on what build you're playing, honestly. You're gonna go work on rake now? Yeah, nice, Zach. Let me know how you get on. Chaos waves all the time. Hey, goblins, nice. I don't do enough damage quickly enough though to just slap them stupidly, but we'll get a decent amount from these regardless. I don't pull the whole screen either, it's just sad. Bad. Who knows? Might get it again. That'd be kind of nuts. Oh, I should have chosen that one. Never mind. Guess doesn't really matter. Okay. Must be an enemy in a wall or something somewhere. Oh, no, there we go. Oh, no. There we go. That was strange. Yeah, I don't know. I think sometimes the enemies get stuck in a wall and there's a timer where eventually they'll time out and end anyway. Or something like this. Hey, Ippakun, how's it going? Welcome in. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. How you doing, man? Not too bad. Pit. I'll finish off this war plan and I'll probably go off for the night. So I think we've got 2 pits and a dungeon. Yeah, 2 pits and a hellside. Not too bad. Oh, nope. We definitely don't want to run a 140. I think on this build I might struggle a bit. Why? What are you trying to craft, Zach? What unique charm are you trying to craft? Where the hell's all the elites? Oh, there we go. So we should YOLO them. 4% YOLOs. Where's the altar? Oops. Hey, we got one. That's what you do. Just run 115s or whatever. 4% chances. You'll get there eventually. Harmony charm. I used to have one, but can't find it. I don't know, but I've got a spare one. Looks like Crantry can help you out either way, though. I do have a spare one. It's not a great one, but I do have a spare one at 30. So, yeah, either get the stuff off Crantry and make your own, or I can give you one. No probs. Right, it's got to do a bit of... Oh, we got to wait 3 minutes for the Hellside. Oh, good. Oh, you want to run one of those, do you? One sec, let me just run down there. I'm giga slow in town. $40 butcher kills, and only got 2 usable ones. Oof. Get it? Oh, maybe not. Hey, it's Crypt. How's it going, dude? First time chatter. How does Diablo compare to PoE 2? You just started playing my first... Okay. Which one are you playing? Are you playing Diablo or are you playing Path Exile 2? Diablo 4 is... I mean, look, I like both of the games for their own merits. They're both good games. Diablo 4 is definitely aimed at a more casual audience. It has got some depth and stuff to it, but it is nowhere near as complex as PoE is, or PoE 2 even. But as a side effect of that, the depth of it is not as deep as either. So it's... If you just want a game you can boot up, blasts, has pretty consistent cycles for the seasons, and is probably the best ARPG to play with people, Diablo 4 is that. PoE 2 is if you want infinite amount of build choice, crazy loot depth. I mean, I'm still, after a few hundred hours, learning, finding stuff that's new that I haven't got on my build in PoE 2 that I'm playing in the background. And trying to work out, like, which map do I go do, like, what loot do I want to go get, like, there's loads. And it's way more complicated, but as a result of that, I like that, because I'm a build crafter. Okay, you're playing PoE 2. Okay, D4 is just more simple, but it's a great multiplayer game to blast, and yeah, I mean, I think it's enjoyable. There's a lot of people who will either be on one side of the fence or the other. I like both games of their own merits, you know. I get different things from each of the games. I guess it's probably the least... I'm a bit biased. I play Diablo 4 as my main game, but I blast PoE 2 where I can as well, because I like ARPGs in general. So... yeah, it's probably the least biased answer I could give, to be honest. Other than that, you'd have to watch some gameplay and see if it's for you or not, I guess. PoE 2 is definitely is an overwhelming game to start with, but if you stick with it, it does get much better. Because these games are inherently about knowledge, like knowing the bosses, knowing the campaign, knowing where to go for loot, knowing how to build your character, knowing how to craft, or whatever it is, right? The more that you know, the better you are at the game, the more you've mastered the game, and the easier it gets. PoE is very, very heavily weighted towards that. Diablo's a lot easier to just pick up and play. Even with... it'll be a little overwhelming to start with, but it's a much easier game to just pick up and play, you know? Which is why it appeals to the casual audience more, I suppose. I say casual, more casual audience for this kind of game. It's not like social mobile game casual. You know, it's still got a lot of depth and complexity to it for a lot of people, this game. Esseltech likes both. I have to say I'm way more invested in the lore. Okay, yeah, I mean, Diablo 4, I went to that concert with my mum and dad the other day, the Infernal Symphony, the Diablo concert in London. And they don't care for Diablo at all. Like, they're not gamers. But they like music, and they're in orchestras themselves, so they like orchestral music and all that kind of stuff. And I was trying to explain to them, like, Diablo lore is not too dissimilar to Lord of the Rings, in the sense that it's been around a very long time. It's had a lot of books and games and various different things put in that's added to the lore over the decades, literally decades. And now the lore is so deep, with so many races, characters, events, historical things, etc. Like, if you actually are into it and know it, there's a lot to it. It's a bit like Lord of the Rings, right? It's all, he wrote it as like a full historical depth world of, like, fantastical world with all these races and all these events and wars and characters that existed and had pinnacle moments and all sorts. It's not too dissimilar. It's obviously very different in some ways. And the whole premise of the lore is different, but it's not a lot, it's not much, it's not too dissimilar. It's the easiest way for me to describe it to someone who doesn't know anything about Diablo, really, when it comes to the lore. PoE 2 is more old school RPG, and D4 is hop on, blow stuff up, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. But I like them both for their own merits. They both have their pros and cons. They both do things better than each other and worse than each other, you know? Oh, it's running for the chest here. This one's a bit easier next season. You don't actually have to open the chest. You just need to earn enough cinders, I think it is. So it works out about the same. You just don't actually have to go and open a chest. You just earn that amount of cinders and then you've done the objective. Come here, Mr. Assassin Man. I've got something to blow you up with. There we go. Oh my word. Interrupted me just before I start going to open the chest. How rude. Is there a big orange one around here somewhere? Yeah, we'll go get that. Why not? Since I've got the cinders already. For the war plan? What do you mean, sorry, Crantry? That's the war plan thing there. Oh, you're talking about the Helltide war plan thing, sorry. Yeah, for the Helltide war plan, all you're going to have to do next season is get a certain amount of cinders. I think it was like 400 or something. Or 200, or I can't remember exactly. You had to just get a certain number of cinders. You didn't actually have to go open the chests. Alright, one more pit and then I think we'll call it for tonight. But a pretty good play around. It's a pretty fun build actually, to be honest. Honestly, it's not a million miles off being a really good one. It's come together a lot better than I was expecting. After my initial test early in the season, I wasn't hoping to get it to a fluid point at all, really. It was okay before. It just felt a bit clunky. The chests will still be there, yeah, you just don't have to open them to be able to complete the war plan itself. Hey, Odin, how's it going, man? That's disgusting. Elite's right on the spawn. With lightning enchant as well, I think. Hardcore killer, that. Yep. That is disgusting. There's no way you can stack your resolve when you load in and it's right on the start. Or what the hell was that? Bleak got killed too. Oh no, we're getting spanked on the spawn. Spawn camped. No! I think we should start another one. This isn't going well for us. Yeah, this is a problem for any builds. That just... Oh, God. That is a problem. We just got spawn camped. Let's start another one. So we got good music now. I like it soon. That song. Yeah, I did. I'm not bad. Just got spawned camped. Oh, it booted you. Oh, whoops. Rip. Yeah, it's because I left the pit. One sec, let me... I'll invite you to that one. They camped, yeah. They did. They camped, yeah. Filthy campers. Yeah, let's try again.
It was pretty funny. That is a problem, though. Imagine being in hardcore, booting in the second you move dead. Like, absolutely no chance. Especially when you're relying on stacking up like Resolve or something. You got no chance to... Filthy, filthy campers. There's an orb goblin in here. Let's see if he can get away from me. From my constant sucking. Nope, you are going nowhere. There we go, 2 trillion and he's dead. That's what I was waiting for. The big hit. Still alive this year? Yeah, only for another few minutes. So when we finish this one, I'll be looking to raid out. It's 5:15 in the morning for me. I need some time. I'm going to go work out actually after stream because I tend to do that before I go to sleep. Tires me out and then I can lay in. I tend to stream pretty late my time. But it's okay. I don't mind overrunning a little bit. It's been pretty fun actually. Like, I'm actually quite enjoying this at the moment where we just jump on a stream and right, which build are we going to build today? And then just build it. And then just go and play on it a little bit. Get a guide throw to get as long as the build isn't complete potato. Like, you know, I mean literally does not play at all. Or literally hits like the wettest of the noodles. Then I'll make a guide for it. It needs to be able to beat T12, even if it's not necessarily quick. Because the thing is that even if it goes in C or D tier, at least it's in a tier, and then I could put it forward to the devs at some point and be like, yes, this build could use some love, please. And then maybe one day it'll be good. Like, really, I mean, one day it'll be really good. They did it to Hydra after, like, many, many seasons. Was it, like, 9 seasons, and finally Hydra was goated. After bashing on that, I mean, I played Hydra since like season 4 or 5. They finally, after 4 or 5 seasons, made it good. Basically, did what they said they should do. Yeah, well, pretty close to it anyway. Oh, so that was pretty smooth actually. That boss skill was pretty quick. 4%. Oh, I've got the thing to put in actually. 9 chances. Is that 9 chances? Oh, you got it. 9 chances at 4%. Let's see if we can get one. It's what we used to do on D3. Like way back. I didn't get any of them. Where we couldn't get to 150s. You've been sleeping at 5 AM, you dirty degenerate. Vampire lifestyle. Used to do that. Now 10 PM. He's almost too late to stay up. I don't even know what that time means, Crantry. I wake up at... No, I don't wake up at that time. I start streaming at 10 PM right now. Yeah. I quite like streaming late, though, because no one else in my real life time, they're all in bed asleep. They leave me alone. The only one that pesters me is my cat. And that's okay. I can deal with that. Right, I think I'm going to call it there, Bleeds, because it's pretty late by ends. But it's pretty fun, actually, this build, honestly. I'm going to save that in my armory. I might take some footage of it. I don't know if I'll do any more build videos this side of the season. We'll see. But, which one's that one? That's Stormfeather.
Let's evade thorns. I'm probably not going to play that again now. As much as that was really fun. Evade thorns. Oh, that's evade thorns boss. Oh, yeah. Soar. There we go. Just tidy out my inventory before I go off. I do run really slow in town though. Holy. Okay. Yeah, so it's a pretty fun build. It's different. It's what the community voted as number 2. Next is Fire Rock Splitter, I think. But I'll check the poll for where they're up next on. Your PDT, okay. Yeah, 9:15. 8 hours behind. Yeah, makes sense. I'm over your neck of the woods in September for BlizzCon. But it has been a bit. Time frame, yeah. Right, let's have a look at Sears Online quickly. Okay, who we got? Just having a little look down the list. It's not a huge number. Okay. Goop Mage. Gotta love some of these people's names. They're quite funny. Topless Hobo. Okay, I was actually lurking in this person's channel earlier. Let's go check her out. I was checking out whoever's in the community earlier. Since there's not that many people streaming. I've like raided everyone else recently. Okay, let's go a bit. Okie dokie. Alright, well, been a fun stream. Thank you everyone for being here as always in all my channels. All of you guys here all the time. Anyone that's new, anyone that's been lurking. And anyone that came in with any of the raids and hung around, appreciate you. You're awesome. Our time is the most valuable thing we get. So I really appreciate you spending just a little bit here. If anyone hasn't hit the like or subscribe button in my channels, please consider doing so. Really helps me out. Love to see you again. I try and be on at least 4 times a week, sometimes 5. Yeah, so hopefully see some of you again in future. If you want to get hold of me about any builds for Diablo or PoE2 or anything with the upcoming season, be notified when I'm next going live, join the clan in either PoE2 or D4, join the growing community, etc, etc. I do have a Discord. It was literally just linked to you by Zach. Thank you, Zach. So feel free to come join, guys. We'd love to have you there. It's totally fine if you don't want to. It's, you know, no obligation. And I totally understand that no one wants to be part of a gazillion Discords like I am. But if you do think that would be of interest to you or useful to you, it is there. So please feel free to join. And yeah, that is the best way to get a hold of me offline. And I'm generally pretty responsive as well. All platforms except Twitch, I'm just going to be shutting down for tonight. Thank you guys, I appreciate you. Have a great rest of your day, whichever time zone you're in. Twitch, I'm going to send you over to someone called Evelyn Maxim. I don't really know her, but I was lurking in her channel earlier. She's blasting on, I was watching her because she was playing a rogue, and I was sort of just trying to see how ridiculous it was. It does look pretty insane, to be honest. Yes, I say I don't really know her, but we'll go over, we'll say hello, make some new friends, maybe not, who knows. And yeah, come over, hit her all the emotes and everything, just for 5 minutes. I'm sure it'll make her day. And yeah, I'll hang out there for a little bit while I wind down as well. In terms of next stream, I won't be on tomorrow or tonight for me, because I'm going to see the new Spielberg film, My Family, for my sister-in-law's birthday, I think, ? I should probably know, really, but it's anyways for a family event.
So I'm going to go see that new Steven Spielberg film. So, and I don't think we're going till quite late. So I won't be home till quite late. So I will not be on tomorrow night. What I'll do is I'll work on some guide stuff, and then I'll be on Tuesday. Yeah, nice. Yeah, it should be good. I don't know much about it, but if it's a Steven Spielberg film, it'll be good, won't it? Yeah, gaming. I'll send you a message in a minute on Discord. So yeah, I won't be on tomorrow, Monday. I will be on Tuesday. I'm sort of working out what my schedule's going to be this week because I want to do some PoE2 and some D4 probably. I'm just not really sure which way round at the moment. I might do D4 and then PoE2 this week. We'll see how it goes. So yeah, probably expect to see me on D4 on Tuesday, and I'll probably do another one of these builds. I think Fire Rocksplitter was like just behind Soar. That one I know will work. I just need to put it together. So I want to get I've already got a guide together for that one. I just want to finesse it and get that up and running. If I find the energy tomorrow or today for me, I will try and see if I can put a video out for one of these builds I've done. I'll see how I feel. But yeah, that's kind of play. Animosity, how's it going? Anyone in chat want a Mythic Undercity run? If anyone wants a Mythic Undercity run, hit up Animosity right now because I'm going to be raiding out any second. But yeah, that's awesome, dude. Thank you for offering. I hope you're having a great day. So yeah, that's the plan. As I say, if you need me beforehand, hit me up on Discord. I will reply when I can. And yeah, I think that is about it. No worries, Animosity. You too. I appreciate you. So yeah, I think that's about it, guys. So yeah, have a great rest of your day, guys. I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much again for tuning in. Keep safe, keep blasting. Much love, guys. And I'll see you on Tuesday. Cheers.